cannot feel this way. If we're not together, you cannot feel this way. Cannot focus, I cannot be there. I cannot be there. I cannot be there for. Cannot focus, I cannot be there. I cannot be there. I cannot be there for. Cannot focus, I cannot be there. I cannot be there. I cannot be there for. Cannot focus, I cannot be there. I cannot be there. I cannot be there for.
everybody. What's up? What's up? All right. Let's get this show on the road. Zankicks, thanks for 5 months with Prime. How's the music level, by the way? Sometimes when I play from YouTube, which I'm just playing a little set here, sometimes the volume's a little loud. Hello, Neil. Oh, Neil, it's my favorite time of the day. Beating up gym members and getting to do so publicly. Usually what we do is we have the beatings, the lashings in private. So being able to publicize the gym beatings is a real pleasure today. A real pleasure today. For those that don't know, the gym, although I'm excited if anyone's in any gym, I'm more excited if you're in our gym. The gym is the Chessbrah gym program where you can improve your chess. And we have a good number of people enrolled in the program currently. So I'm going to be essentially playing some training games against them right now and doing some short analysis afterwards. Hello to Kinda Young Dave, Jake, GM Cookie, I saw Chicken Pants in here, Neil, Shadow, Coach Boomer, George, Gopher, Sea-Dog, thanks for the 7 months of Prime. And Judd White, 4 months, and that's a tier 3. Thank you, Judd. Got Eric in the chat as well. Go Eric, and go Jim. Monkey Elf, hey dude, Defile. Zenbound. Yes, Eric's ready to spot. It's good. You always have to have a sturdy spotter when you're doing heavy reps. And in our gym, we like to have the lads do heavy reps. When you got guys like Dave looking to punch above his weight class, you gotta have a spotter there in case things get out of hand. ChessDad512, full year with Prime. Welcome back. Thank you, man. Bit early for me? Well, it is Monday, you know? It's not the Thursday, Friday, Saturday grind. This is Monday. We're allowed to stream earlier on Mondays. Permission granted. All right, so let's get our first game underway. We have a separate Discord where we run the gym program out of. So I'm gonna take some challenge. I generally know who the gym members are, but if for some reason you're maybe brand new to the gym or you haven't sent me a challenge before, you can always write in the general chat in the gym Discord, you know, that you've challenged and what your username is, just to be sure. But I think I know most of the guys. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I hope you guys watch. I'm not gonna watch it on stream with you guys. Number one, it's 45 minutes long and it's every minute of it is hilarious, but it's also that's gonna be me reducing the amount of views we get. I need everyone to go watch our latest YouTube video and give us the view for it. It's worth your time. Eric runs into a cheater, and his name's Jim as well. And he handles him accordingly. I think it's a fun video. Hey, GGPCTU. So if you haven't seen that one, guys, go check it out. I'm not gonna watch it with you, but I will show you where to find it. There we go. There we go. Cheater refuses to pay after being exposed. or should I say, cheater refuses to pay after being exposed. So you guys got to check it out. We made sure to try to include everything, all the funny moments from the live stream. So check out that one, guys. It's worth your time. Denny from Van City, thanks for the 15 months with Prime. Black Letter Law, half a year with Prime. Gifted sub from Anonymous to Market 94. And the Bell and Kaya, thank you. If that was Dina streaming. Sometimes I think she's got her sister streaming. I think they stream on the same channel, but it's usually Dina. Thank you very much, Dina, for the raid. 67 people. Thank you, thank you. And welcome, everyone. If you just got here from the raid, I was just about to play a few games and analyze them after, so maybe this will be a good, instructive moment to join the stream. And yes, if you don't know the copy pasta that was just put in chat by a few people, then that's proof that you haven't seen the YouTube video, so you gotta go watch it. Protobite, 4 months with Prime. Resubbing for Jim. Okay, that's good. Today's all about Jim. Jim from our latest YouTube video, and Jim for our !GYM Gym program, which is a group lesson program to improve your chess that is run by Eric and myself. A lot of people ask us for lessons, and we just can't possibly do private lessons with everyone. Don't have enough time, doing too many other things, but we do want to see people improve, so this is the solution we came up with. All right, let's get into the first game. Got some good challenges here from the gymmers. Let's start with Buddy Cuz. Good luck. This is a 3-minute game with 2-second increment. Here we go. All right. So in English, and I've definitely played Cuz a few times before in the English. So we have some experience here. And every time we play, I feel like he comes back even stronger. So he saved the best for the stream. Let's go here. How do we want to play this? Usually either a c6, d5 plan, or just trying to stay on all the dark squares, basically. Would be the other plan, the other way to do things. Let's try c6. Now, sometimes I think even the move d5 is worthy of some consideration. We'll go d6. Maybe bishop here and d5. I would definitely expect d3 here. It's hard to imagine a different move. Yeah. Okay. d5. Yeah, I think Sir Longcastle may actually consider short castling here. So yeah, takes will take with the knight. All right. So, a couple options: push or capture. I don't need to do either. Actually, I could play knight c6, which is a great looking move. But d4 is always a little bit tempting when you see stuff like this. But I think I'm probably going to maintain the tension. The only reason I wouldn't is because of this move. Kind of powerful move, bishop g5, and a little bit annoying. So I am definitely thinking about knight there, but a little disturbed by bishop g5. Yeah, so maybe if I capture this one, it's an option. The knight on e2 is not great. We'll start by taking, and then I think just knight c6. Knight takes e4 is also playable. Not sure if that's a good or bad thing for my opponent, though. It's really the knight on e2 that's not going to be great here. You know, and knight takes also leaves the pawn on d3 kind of weak. Okay, knight here. I think we'll go knight here, and maybe try to play two bishop position. Kind of depends. Bishop there, I have either h6 or I can decide to take. I think I'll decide to take. Play knight d7, keep things moving. Knight d7, knight d5. Bishop back. Try to go f6. Bishop back covers c7 as well. Okay, just a3. Thinking we might want to take, just to gain some time. Take and play f6. And knight on c4 looks kind of annoying. So I'm thinking I'll definitely play this. If takes, then I do always have this square available. Suppose we can't do that one. We're gonna have to take here. Bring a knight into c4. Now b3, okay. That was a quick decision. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily a bad one. But it was a very quick decision. I thought he should have kept the bishops. In this pawn, it wins games or it loses games. Because it's a little far ahead of the pack, so to speak. Let's put that knight in on d4. So it's either a very strong pawn or very weak. Let's go here, I guess. We're gonna need to move our king next, and it's not terribly attractive to go into the middle of the board, so I'm probably gonna go back here, but it really depends on where he goes. I think if he goes this way, then I might move my king, but if he goes this way, then I might move my knight back. Because moving the king into the center of the board looks pretty dangerous. Rook a5 is also a kind of tricky move to try with knight e2, but I think knight back is probably the safest. It's good that he's spending time here. I think he's probably spent maybe almost too much. I like that move though. But I still think that's a good moment to use your time. Okay, let's start with this. So I am watching my own knight here, so he can't take it, which I think might have been his plan. So we'll start with the checks. I guess we can do this one. There's gonna be more checks here, and there's also a pawn loose. If this bishop was on that square, that would kind of be a concern, so if I were him, that'd be one of my plans here. Maybe try bishop b1, bishop there, try to get a checkmate. But now I don't think it's a concern. Okay, let's just check a bit. So I always can like throw these checks in, I guess, just to pass time. Just helpful when you're playing on increment basically. So you can always throw a couple moves in there, get the +2 second bonus, and then keep playing. And this check is just a check. I don't think it's anything more, but nevertheless, I will prevent it. And you can take this pawn. Not without doing some more checks first. It's a good habit to be in. If you have checks to give and they don't really negatively affect the position, then you're kind of just gaining time. So actually, and let's take a look at the game, because I think there were numerous moments where Cuz just didn't prosecute the good position he had. I thought what stood out to me was there were a few specific concrete moves, but what stood out to me was the bishop pair just being tossed away immediately. Maybe it's good, but how quick it was decided, there's no way everything could have been analyzed properly. So let's have a look at the analysis here. All right. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's see it. English. I like it from Cuz. It's a solid opening. He's been playing it a lot, which is kind of why you saw me use a lot of time at the beginning. This is a good mix, but I'm gonna go for this one. Okay. Yeah, so that's why you saw me use a lot of time at the start, because I've played so many games against Cuz, and every time I play, I usually want to try to do something a little bit different. But at the same time, I also know how the games previously went, and Cuz often gets good positions, so it's good to switch up for training. Like if I just played, let's say D6 castle every single time, we had 10 games here, it'd be useful, but I think getting a chance to play against multiple ideas against your main opening is a good way to train. So in this particular one, I went for something that I haven't really done too much before, but it worked out well here, which is I got D5. So generally, if I'm getting D5 this quickly, I'm kind of happy as black, and I always caution white not to allow it. So after D6, I'm just thinking how do you really not allow the D5 move? Bishop E6 is going to happen. I think if black is playing D6 and C6, then white is almost thinking a little bit more along the lines of D4 than D3. When the pawn's on C7, then maybe D4 is a little too much. But C6 looks like black's trying to play D5, so maybe white playing D4 before kind of makes sense. I know that you're so that's the thing that interests me, cuz why why does this move bother you so much? Bishop g4. Bishop e6 is not a brilliant move. It's a great move, or whatever one exclamation mark is. Because I'm not really planning on going here. But it definitely doesn't. I mean, h3 is a good move in general, but here I get my d5 really quickly. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that if white goes like d3 here and black goes like that, like this is a little more annoying, but that's not going to happen either, right? If black gets like bishop g4, I mean, white can then play bishop g2 and then h3. So even in this case, bishop g4 is probably not a great move. So I'm thinking like you don't really need to care about bishop g4. h3 is a good move, but it's sort of a luxury. If I'm indicating that I want to play d5 very quickly, I think you can play against that and either try to get castled very quickly, or as I was just outlining, maybe the move d4 is actually not a bad idea. But I went for a new line here with c6, so it was a little different. But my general rule when you play the London as white, I always say like, oh, if black gets to play e5 in the London, he's just got a good position. You should never allow it. I don't know about never, but certainly in the move d5 by black, I normally consider to be an achievement. So it might just depend on the specific move order here, but if black's somehow getting move d5 in, then I'm usually thinking he's done a good job. Well, because there's always going to be exceptions, right? Of course, h3 before bishop g2, I'm sure it's going to be a good move in some cases, bad move in others. But here, it definitely looked like a waste because I guess I was outlining to you with my move c6 that I was going to thrust in the center. And I think that needed to be nipped in the bud. So this definitely looked like a case where h3 wasn't necessary, but that's what chess is. There's going to be exceptions to everything. I've definitely played many a tournament game where I've done h3 and I haven't. I've skipped it. And then this was another moment where I think d4 is probably a good move for black. But even in cases where you make a move like this, and I think black's had a good game, you know, white still got a very easy idea of playing f4, and especially in a blitz game. It's just easy to play stuff like this. So I think black's position is good here, but white's plan is very easy, and that goes a long way. So, so I decided to capture, and basically whatever edge I may have had is just kind of like not there anymore. D4 is definitely the right move, but to be honest, it didn't look like a position I really wanted to play. You know, white has a really easy plan. And black's got some, stuff to do, knight to c5, but black's kind of attacking against nothing, against the queen side, which is always less rewarding than attacking against the king. So, to be quite honest, I just didn't want to play a position like that. But maybe h6 or knight c6 would have been alternatives. So I decided to take, and now I think we've just kind of gone back to even, as in white's just like slightly better. Here, I thought things were around even, but here, I thought white had the edge. And I think that's reflected by the eval. Knight d5 is nice because knight c4, my intended move, I thought kind of ran into knight c7, which is not very pretty. So, couldn't do knight c4. It's not really nice to take, but I think I have to. Knight c7 is a threat, and I'm going to lose a pawn on b6. So, I was kind of compelled to do that. And then yeah, I really think this was the last like very crucial mistake, let's say, by white, because you have everything to play for here. First of all, d6 looks very troublesome, but d6 is always going to be more annoying for me if you've got two bishops on the board. This pawn is being hit and b4 is a threat. So let's say if I go knight there, I might lose my b pawn. And you can always decide to take it later. So let's say that it becomes a good idea to capture it. You could do it later. You don't have to do it right away. in the position. That's how I think it should be played. D6 straight away, and I mean, white's just good. The bishops are dangerous here. What I don't like is doing this without the bishop pair, because while I still think white holds a significant edge, what's going to happen is, you know, black's knight might end up on a great d4 square. It might turn into a knight against bishop game. And like I said, this pawn, sometimes it wins the game outright because it's so far advanced and it's very dangerous, but sometimes it loses the game from an advantageous position. So you really have to be sure in blitz, especially like when you shove a pawn too far down the board, that you're not just going to lose it. And I think it's probably still a good move here, but it requires white to play pretty accurately for the next couple of moves. And I think Cuz did play pretty accurately up to a point, unfortunately. And then there were some blunders and the pawn got lost in time pressure. Hey, well, that's increment chess. It's like watching me play Title Tuesday, Cuz, you know? My opponents have like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, while I'm down at 5 seconds. So typical for me. So typical for me. Okay, yeah, missed win. That seems a little harsh. I thought these moves were really reasonable. Bishop g4 I was definitely expecting. I was expecting bishop here, but I don't think it really made it a huge difference. I thought I had to go back. I definitely didn't like the look of something like this, even though, I don't know, they want me to play this, I assume. I mean, this is good for white. Rook f1 maybe, but this is why I thought this was just good for black, but I guess knight f3 is a very tricky move. Yeah, definitely didn't spot knight f3, otherwise I certainly would have played it. So I was thinking bishop g4 was good, but not necessarily for that reason. In any case, taking on d6 looks very shaky to me because of this, so without this nice knight f3 trick, rook d6 kind of looks like a bad move to me. And from here, unfortunately, it's just kind of time scrambly. And this is exactly the position the computer will say is about even, but I think black has all the winning chances because this pawn, you know, can't really be protected by the bishop, and at some point you might just lose it. So it's just one of those positions that's easier to go wrong from the white side than from the black side at this point. But earlier with the two bishops on the board, I think it's much easier to go wrong with the black pieces. So I was very scared of this position, and I felt optimistic as soon as I saw this. But it was a good opening. I would just take care of the d5 idea by black. I think in your games, if you basically prevent black from playing d5, or you're at least mindful of it, you'll constantly get a good game out of the opening. But d5 is one of the main things that if black achieves it, I always have a feeling that he's got a pretty good position. GG, Cuz. Always a tough game against skinny Cuz. At least for me. The English it's a good weapon, and I think Kurtz is another example of a guy that really started playing the London quite a bit. Or sorry, not the London, the English quite a bit. And the more you play something, if you get a high volume of games, then you'll really be able to improve. Like, you'll really get an opening down pat. Theo, thanks for the 100 bits. Got 11 months from Azorius 22, Chawed On for 23 months, and Wild Hacks 16 months. Go Jimmers. All right, let's get another game here. Let's go here. Monkey Elf, good luck, dude. All right, let's go for e4. I think this should be familiar to most people here. queen e2, e5 are both moves here. Even d3 to a certain extent. Let's go e5. Now, bishop d3, queen e2, knight e2, all these moves are kind of theoretical. I'm going to choose to go bishop d3. Black usually has two options here. This move is playable as well. Okay, now, usually, just usually, if you go like this in the Caro-Kann, I would say you should be advised that you're most likely supposed to capture the knight, because you want to get this. So I'm going to play the move e6 because black hasn't played it. And again, most of the time, this is a fairly uncomfortable thing. So I don't know if that will be the case here, but the move e6, even if it doesn't generate like a winning position or something for white, it's kind of annoying to face. It's a little uncomfortable. So yeah, g4 and knight e5 looks pretty good. Probably gonna do something like that with queen e2 coming. And I mean, if something like this takes queen d3 also looks like it's gonna win a pawn. So I should be winning something somewhere. Bishop f7 is a solid move to like keep this, at least temporarily. But you know, I'm gonna have ways to poke at the position here. I think even queen e2 is a decent start. One of these knight moves is probably gonna be next, as well as bishop f4, and just sort of long castle, bring the rook into the middle. That's my plan. This game, by the way, is a 5-minute game, so no increment on this one. So I'm thinking knight g5 looks like a pretty reasonable move here. Pressures 3 different things. Can't be bad. These are the sort of Caro-Kanns, though, that to me, personally, it doesn't matter what the evaluation is. It doesn't matter if maybe after I sack the pawn, maybe computer says like black's okay. To me, that's less important because the bottom line is nobody wants to be playing a position that looks like this as black. It's just not comfortable. So I think that's more important. I think taking on h7 here is a very decent move. The other thing I'm looking at is more like queen f3 kind of stuff. Queen f3, bishop there, and then like thinking about stuff like bishop h7 doesn't quite work, but that's what's on my mind. Taking the bishop is always going to be a reasonable move. Takes, queen f3 check. The king's got to move somewhere. But yeah, bishop takes h7 is probably the main thing I'm looking at. Just need an answer really to move like e4. So something like you know, knight h7 gets met by e4 kind of nicely. Queen f3 looks kind of tempting because it's forcing. A lot of a lot of options here, that's for sure. So let's go with the, I guess the weird looking bishop takes h7. So to me, I have a strong feeling that bishop h7 is, let's say, not the best move. Maybe even a suspicious move. But it really looks like Black's king is going to be kind of out for a journey in a lot of lines. And e4, for example, is going to trap my bishop if it stays on d3. g6 traps it on h7. But I was kind of hoping that, you know, in a position like this, I'd be able to take advantage tactically. So this is sort of what I meant when I said things look a little suspicious. I'm looking at f4 though as probably the main move here. And then if knight there maybe takes and e6 or something. These look pretty interesting there. I can also maybe take and go for this check. But I guess this one's without increment, so let's go with f4. Amsteriga, thanks for 5 years on the dot. Amsteriga, cheers, dude. Appreciate that. 60 months, the big 6-0. This is a huge badge, yeah, for Amsteriga. It's a nice looking move. I think I probably got to take this so I don't let his knight get into e4. Something like this. And I think he's got to grab that now. So we'll check there. I'll play this move. I guess with 9 seconds left, we sort of forgot there was no increment. So knight here. Guess we got to bring our pieces in. Bring the rook here. Maybe go for g5 and rook f7. Bishop e5, g5, sack something, and rook f7. This is, oh, the iceberger. Damn, dude. This has been some great defense. And I wonder what we can drum up here. I think I might take this, try to play g5 next. And g5 is relatively unpleasant. Things are kind of falling apart, but not like I have tons of time to prove it. Not really sure what the follow-up should be. It takes bishop d4. Let's move the king out of the way. Very, very good game. Well, we'll take the win for our sanity, but Monkey Elf. I think the defense there was... Well, I think I wasted a lot of my time, but I think your defense was still really good. Let's have a look. Yeah, I don't know how the... Let's bring this up in analysis. I don't know how the flag went in my favor there. So we had the Iceberger, before I get into this analysis, come in with 25, shall I say 28 gifted subs during that game. 28 gifted subs. Thank you very much there, the Iceberger. That's a pretty sweet donation. We also had Amsteriga, our Irish buddy. 60-month resub. So we had a 60-month, 5-year resub, as well as Iceberger with 28 subs gifted. Let's have a look at this game real quick. Here we go. Okay, so Monkey Elf. Yeah, again, this stuff I think is more or less theory. I always think that the way black should play is just like this, and I think this is just always good, always solid. It's like sort of how the Caro-Kann is meant to be. You'll play like knight here, maybe even bishop there like that, but yeah, knight d7 is already just really solid. Something as simple as this. White's plan is often queen g3, bishop h6. If something like this happens, so you got to be careful of that. But otherwise, I mean, black can even just kind of take the bishop and get a good game. So this, I think, is the way that the line should be played. And e6 is a mistake, and I think it's because they just want g4 and then e6, and it's kind of the exact same line, but without bishop f7 being allowed, right? Because if I start with g4, the bishop can only go here, and then I can go e6, and it's kind of like the same idea, but way better. Because now... now someone's going to be unhappy. I'm going to take here, I'm going to take here, and I think white's position is just fantastic. Crushing already. Yeah, so this all happened. Again, I just don't think that even though I thought you played great, I don't think you're going to enjoy playing the Caro-Kann in this way. It's just really uncomfortable. Bad things are going to happen. And then here, I think what I indicated was that bishop h7 was not going to be a good move, but I'll be honest, I think I'm just so conditioned to playing like kind of playing moves that I know might not be that good, but might yield some really fun lines. And this was one of them. Like bishop h7, to me, I was looking at knight f6 or e6 as moves that sort of like trap this bishop in a weird way, because this traps the bishop, and after this also looked like it trapped the bishop. No, he has this one. So hang on. How does it work? e6 first? Yeah, e6 and then knight f6 traps the bishop because of this. And there's also not a square that the bishop can really go to. So, you know, I have to stop the move e4 if I want to save my piece. And if I play something like f3, then, I don't know, bishop here or something? Just knight f6. Yeah, even bishop here looks great. Like, something like this can give a check, maybe take back. I think black's doing well there. So it's not that easy to extract my bishop once I go and put it there. So although the reaction of g6 wasn't the best, it still looked like a reasonable move to me. Like, traps the bishop very clearly, and knight f6 is the next move. So I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, g6 looked very reasonable to me at the time, Monkey Elf, I have to say. Like, e6 maybe is a bit better to trap the piece, but g6 is a little more direct. And to be honest, like, you know, the game that we played was just definitely riddled with mistakes and time pressure, at least on my end. So I thought for the most part, if you look at the quality of your moves, like it was only really around here that I thought they started getting pretty questionable, and Queen F8 was not a good one. But like all these moves, you sort of like dealt with the pressure, saved your king, you are up a piece. There's compensation, but you're up a piece. And I didn't think G6 was that crazy of a move, so I thought the whole game was pretty reasonably defended by you. So I wouldn't feel too bad about G6 here. Has a very clear idea. I would feel bad about this, and quite simply, I just wouldn't let it happen again. There's no need for bishop h5 when taking and playing e6 is kind of a cardinal Caro-Kann rule. Like, you really want to do that in a lot of positions, you'll get a very solid game, and you just won't have to deal with any of this garbage anymore. Because there's no it's not even worth training your defensive abilities in order to handle these positions better when you should just not get into them. It's easier on the mental. Well, the computer's always going to be pretty harsh with, you know, blunders or brilliant moves or whatever. You know, sometimes a blunder is like you have an advantage of +1.5, and then you make a move that makes it around equal, right? That's a big shift. So I just would stick to this plan and go e6. I think you were planning to play e6 next, but that's just so how annoying white's moves are. g4 and e6 very quickly, and it's kind of a rough position to play. GG though. I think this one mainly is really about taking, and for what the game was, I think you played really well. But I also think you don't ever need to really play a position like that again. Here we go. Possum, thanks for 5 gifted subs. We're gonna get another game on here. All right, Possum, 5 gifted subs. Thank you, dude. Hello to I'm a Possum, who put some people out. Really put some people out the last time he was here for Skittle Bombs. Bucko is in with a song request. Let me see what this is. But I might just keep this current mix on just while we're playing these training games. What is Bucko doing to me? All right, Bucko. I'm gonna save this for after I play these gym games. I just want to keep the music the way it is for now. But I'll play it in a bit, because after I play some more games, we'll keep the stream on. So it's a romantic song for me. Okay, great. I will tab it for later. Thank you for the. Thank you for thinking of me in that way, especially as we near February 14th. Okay, let's keep going here. Baby Sam Squinch, good luck to you. This is not Sub Sunday, it's more like Gym Sunday. We're playing, I'm playing people that are in our gym group lesson program. And just briefly going over the games afterwards. Okay, we have a Nimzo here. And for me, I usually play one of these two lines. There's a lot of good ones to play. I'm going to go for Queen C2. Kind of a standard type of move. Okay. And usually white wants to maybe get this bishop out, go for e3. And black doesn't always play knight c6 right away. Sometimes takes this pawn or goes knight a6 and takes it. The setup that black usually goes for is like this. let's go bishop f4. Waiting for e5, which is also a line. E5, bishop g5. E5 is the weird one because there's, if you take too many times, there's bishop f2. I'll play e3. Those are sort of where my pieces want to go. Black often has an idea to try to win the two bishops in this line, which white can be okay with. Just go back like this, or you can try to fight it a little bit and go bishop g5. d5. It's like a pretty good move. I'm definitely thinking that a quick kind of rook d1 makes sense. Although the other option is to take straight away. I think we're gonna go rook here and then bishop out to one of these squares. Queen a5 makes a lot of sense. Queen a7's or queen e7's also a good move. My PC gamer tag. Thanks for the 13 months and glad you got the merch. User not valid, 3 months. Thanks for using Prime. I think I'll probably just go bishop e2. Looks like the simplest. Something like a3, knight e4, b4 will run into a number of things. Queen a3 maybe even, but knight b4 and bishop takes specifically. So yeah, I think it's time to move this bishop. Bishop e2 looks the simplest. If I take here, knight takes d5 doesn't look particularly nice. Bishop b4 makes a lot of sense. I'm definitely going to get my king out of the middle of the board. And I think we've reached what I would call a pretty classic kind of Nimzo imbalance where, yeah, you've definitely given up the bishop for the knight. White's pawns look a little messed up at the moment. But the two bishop advantage is always there. Or I shouldn't even say two bishop advantage. I should just say really the two bishops. It's up to me to sort of prove or try to convince people that they are an advantage, but I got them, let's say. Knight e4, rook c1 makes sense. Gotta defend c3. So one thing is that this move is not really a threat because of bishop d6, which is good to note. Yeah, I'm even sort of considering something like this, but I think for now we don't really need to do these moves. I think I'm gonna try to go knight e5. And like I said, if takes on c4, there's bishop d6. And if he captures, then I will be looking to maybe take this knight, double the pawns in front of the king. And the knight also defends the pawn, which is nice. So takes, knight takes also unveils bishop d6 as a possibility. This is a 3+2 game, so hopefully we get, quite a few more moves in. So I think I'm gonna take, and I'm gonna take, and if knight takes, I'm probably gonna put my bishop there. So we decided to take with a pawn. Let's centralize the bishop. Play bishop d3 next. Sort of bishop d4, bishop d3. Okay, well, a5 is an idea, but bishop b5 is sort of a real threat. And we are going to get to play this. Let's lend some support here. Rook a1 and a5, though, is also the next idea. Bishop is kind of holding everything together here. So yeah, let's make sure to get this in. Yeah, if he moves it, then taking on a7, and this guy kind of goes all the way. Let's take that, put some pressure on this pawn here. And I've also got this diagonal open. I don't really want to go there, but something close to it. Like if I can, oh, that's a piece. If I can get my queen out here, that's what I wanted to do. Just, I had knight d3 to worry about, but now that this is basically going to be my plan. Once we get the queen out there, it's hard to avoid mate. GG, baby Sam Squench. So if we look at the game, I liked your opening. I think most of it was fairly theoretical. I'm trying to remember, but I think e5 can be played here. The thing about e5 is that it doesn't just win or anything, so you have to be comfortable with the resulting position. So it's not like this is a great move, but I just thought I'd mention it. After e5, like I said in the game, I was planning to go bishop g5. Bishop g3, I guess, is playable, but usually what white would want to do is play bishop g5, take your knight, and then my pieces would have greater control over the light squares, and especially since you don't have a c-pawn and you don't have a pawn on e6 anymore, d5 is really weak. So I'd be playing around that square, and I'd want to take your knight away that defends it. But if I decided to take it, then you would get to take here, and you have this knight g4 trick, I guess you could say. Bishop takes f2 is brilliant. Wow, okay. But yeah, it's not forced for me to take it, so don't get too carried away with e5. I'm just sort of mentioning the idea because in a lot of these positions that look like this, e5 sometimes is a winning move on the spot, so just good to know that this exists. All right, yeah, this all seemed like pretty normal, and I thought maybe white's like a little bit better here, but nothing crazy. I think this is like very standard. Queen c5, I guess the thing about queen c5, as I said during the game, is it doesn't make a threat. If you take, I have bishop d6. So I already know that queen c5 is not the best move in the position, because if it's not making a threat, you're kind of, queen c5 looks like it's supposed to be attacking the c-pawn, but if it's not even threatening that, then it's probably not the right move. So instead of that, I wonder if b6 even straight away is playable. Also, just pawn takes here without queen c5 is always going to be like a reasonable move. I still think white's a bit better, but this made total sense. Knight e4 is another move that I'd be looking at just to attack c3, and the move that I would play probably in response. I'm looking at bishop d3 because this is something you don't want to allow, and then knight c3 drops this one. So I would be a little shaky with knight e4, but e6 and trying to play bishop b7. As I said, even taking d takes c4 to me makes a lot of sense. So I think you have some reasonable options here, but dc4 looks like probably the most natural. Queen c5 unfortunately just doesn't make a threat, and then the time was really low here. I actually thought you were doing well. Like when I played f3, I think I was giving up some of my advantage. I still think white's a bit better. Two bishops are always going to be good, and your bishop isn't too happy behind your isolated pawn, but you can't be too upset here. I think you should just reroute the knight. Basically, this bishop on d4 is like the best piece on the board, and if you can trade your knight for it, that'd be ideal. So something like knight d7, knight c5, knight d6, or knight f8, knight d6, any of those moves. And g6 is a move I would avoid playing almost at all costs. I would never want to play g6 when this bishop is so strong and it's on the board. So never g6 in these positions, and try to dislodge this bishop with the knight. I think that's the only way to play. It's too strong that if it just sits there, white's position will always be good. It was really decent up to here. Queen c5 I think is probably no good, but this is a solid Nimzo. As I said, the other way to play it is with b6. So you can try to go b6, bishop b7, and play like this. But I think the direct d5 is pretty nice. But GG baby Sam Squinch. Nice Nimzo. There are other ways to play this one. Like you can take back immediately and put the bishop there. There are lines with knight a6 to take with the knight. So there's all sorts of ways to try to play this line, which are pretty fun. But I think the other one, if you want a completely different position, is more like a sort of hedgehog style where you play like a6, queen c7, and develop the pieces kind of slowly, and you get these pawns that look like that. I liked your game though. I like the quick d5. I think just after the opening phase, you needed some more ideas around this position. I think probably taking, because queen c5 starts to maybe go down the wrong path. And you ended up playing b6 later. I think even now b6 makes a lot of sense too. So you could have just done this plan immediately. Probably would be good as well. All right, GG man. I think everyone has really put in a great game today. I think what you will notice though, for sure, is that in the games that I've played, it does start to kind of get out of hand in time pressure, which is, makes a lot of sense. But when these gym members got time on their clock, oof, they're scary. When they got time to think, they are dangerous. Good luck, AG4410. Let's play b6. I always feel the need to play this at least once during one of these sessions because I always feel compelled to point out the good lines that white should be playing against this move, because I really don't think it should be too challenging to get a pretty good position as white, or at least a playable one. So see what AG does, but no matter what, we'll try to point some things out in the analysis after. George, by the way, gifting us up, George288. Thank you, George. Let's take with the queen. Okay. Knight c3, I'll be playing bishop b4. Otherwise, I want my pieces like this. And when white castles and my queen needs to get dislodged, I'll probably end up putting it on h5. So I think the way he's playing is almost like sort of preparing for this. I think I'm just gonna go bishop d6. Gotta get going. Okay, bucko. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. We'll, you know, next time that that you're here, just let me know which one you want to queue up, and we got a tab. We got a tab for you, don't worry. So if I was white, I would probably want to start getting that bishop, maybe with a move like knight c4. C4 is one of those moves that's tempting to dislodge the queen, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a great move because it kind of takes the square away from the knight, and you know, in a lot of ways, my queen wants to move anyway, so not exactly upset to have to move it from that square. So the question is, you know, I'm not totally upset if he takes, and I maybe take with a pawn, but I think I am probably going to play something like this and maybe go for c5. So let's maintain the bishop pair for now. Bishop f4, c3, a4, all moves that come to mind. Knight e5, of course. Not that one, but that one. But I would certainly be happy to see a move like that. Yeah, c3 is solid. I think it's time for c5. I mean, this is a nice battery to have. I think that black can definitely be very satisfied with the opening. It's not that I really mind white's position, but it doesn't look like it's punishing enough, put it that way. Okay. If I see the queen on c2, it's usually going to be a pretty good idea to play rook c8. You never know when that's going to be useful. You know, as pawns start to maybe clear off the b file, this is going to be very well placed. Also, this knight, I'm constantly looking at the move queen h5, which is going to unleash the bishop from b7. And c takes d4 is on my mind. So, I mean, I sort of look at this position, I see this, and I see my rook hitting this knight, and I'm wondering how he's going to handle this move, c takes d4. Because if c takes d4 to defend the knight with the queen, then it's kind of exactly what I was saying, is that, you know, it's just always a good idea to put your rook on the same file as the queen, because b5 comes into play. And if you take with the bishop, then I don't know what stops me from playing rook takes c4. It seems to get me 2 pieces. The only way it wouldn't is if this happens, but I'm getting a lot of pieces there as well. So I think I'm going to have a rook and 2 pieces for a queen. So here I get a knight for free. And then if something like this happens, and bishop takes h7, I'm getting a bishop and a rook, plus the knight I originally got, and white just has the queen. So I'm definitely going to play this move. Okay, so the dust has settled, and we basically have 2 bishops and a rook for the queen, which I think is a good deal. Good deal for me. He's got a pawn for it as well, but I think these minor pieces should be fairly strong here. Okay, I think we probably want to take this. It's not forced. Takes and there is the only one I'm looking at, but at the very least I have bishop c5. Or bishop a3. Unfortunately, that square is a very bad square. But this isn't really surprising. Unfortunately, the pieces are it's just so easy to coordinate all these pieces together, whereas white just really has like a queen, and none of white's pieces coordinate that well together. So GG. Let's grab a quick look here. Agreed. I thought most people have played well. So bishop e3, I would say already it's not the most testing line for this opening. So we see things progress, and you know, it's around equal, but it's equal with black having like kind of a lot of ideas, centralized queen that's not being bothered, and c5 about to happen. So I think black is very satisfied with the opening. Back to the start, I always say that you know, one of the best ways to play against this line is with knight c3 and knight g2. So something like this, and then if bishop here, knight g2, and you know, black continues kind of in the same way with knight f6 to take the pawn. Well, if I castle, it's not a threat anymore. And the knight is here to recapture. So knight e2 is really nice against this because black's not really interested in taking and having the knight just take back. Just really not the point of it. The point of bishop there is to get your opponent to take with a pawn or something inconvenient. But if it's just being replaced with a knight, it's almost never a good idea. Same thing goes for the Nimzo. If you watch people play the Nimzo, for example, you know, one of the most popular Nimzo lines is... Oh, I've seen this... Yeah, I've seen this before. Okay, this is like, I think this is something that I've told chess.com, they haven't fixed or something yet. But I've told them that when the game starts with e4, it won't let me make the move d4, you see? So if I want to show you guys, oh yeah, this reminds me of a game that starts like this, it's illegal. Like in my analysis, I'm not allowed to play this move. It must start with e4. So anyway, you guys are gonna have to just visualize. But I'm talking about d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, Nimzo. White plays e3, and the whole point is knight ge2 for white. And whenever white plays knight ge2 to protect the knight on c3, black always tries to find a line where he doesn't capture the knight. And that's because there's no point in capturing something that's just gonna be replaced by another knight. Then you're giving away bishop for knight, you're not really getting anything in return. When you give away the bishop for knight, you need something in return. Usually that's double pawns, or if white has to take with a bishop or a queen, then at least the knight doesn't control the two central squares, and black's knight can maybe jump in, attack a queen on c3. So whenever the bishop captures the knight, you're looking to get something back. And the same thing would apply here to this example, that black's not really getting anything out of capturing the knight on c3, so that's why I think knight c3, knight g2 is a good line against this. Queen c2 means capture in the Nimzo? Well, no. First of all, the Nimzo is with a pawn on c4, so this isn't a Nimzo at all. I was just saying, no matter what opening you're playing, if there's two knights that are, you know, protecting one another, giving away your bishop for one of them and just having the other knight jump in is almost never a good idea. But yeah, as for the opening, I just think here that black's got a good position. I know it's around even, but yeah, AG, I thought black's position was pretty good. Like, white doesn't really have a lot going on. It's not a bad position for white. There's not a lot happening. As white, where do I put my queen? I would probably say e2, because it's not on a open file for black, and it kind of watches over the knight, protects it a bit. But It's tough here. I would always take black in this position. And then rook d1 I think is just a mistake, and black is just better. But in your situation, I'd be more focused on trying to punish the opening a little bit better, because, you know, you kind of put two bishops there. You never attacked my queen with a pawn or a knight ever. You played h3, you played c3, knight d2, bishops here, and it just felt like you never tried to punish me for anything that I was doing in the opening. You never did anything too aggressive, and as a result, I think the position was just equal / I kind of prefer black. Like, black's happy to get a relatively equal position at the opening there, with a, you know, strong queen in the middle. Yeah, knight e5 I was mentioning, but I'm not really convinced by it. Like, takes, and I just move the knight, and this doesn't really inspire confidence here. So I thought it was a low T opening, and I've suggested, yeah, there's a few ways to do it, but I think knight c3, knight g2 is a much more high T way of playing, like this. You know, knight f4, castle, maybe knight h5, queen g4 quickly. Some fun ways to play. But yeah, if you ever get people that take with the pawn, I mean, they're just not good players. This is never good for black, because essentially I've opened up a great diagonal for my bishop, and I've already placed my bishop on the worst diagonal that I've just closed up with my pawn. So anytime this happens, you should be feeling great, because black shouldn't play this way. I think white has like a incredible advantage, you know, out of the opening, and it's like move 4, move 5. All right, GG, buddy. That's usually how I handle the Owens. Knight c3, knight e2. Let's get another game on. Okay, Goblin. Good luck. We get the black pieces now. Right, let's play d5. So we got a London, and I always say that, you know, the most testing thing for the London is trying to handle the very quick queen d6 moves. So in typical fashion, I think it's always worth testing someone who's playing the London by doing just that. Hey Eddie, you can just send them in. I know more or less the people's names who are in the chess gym. The only thing is sometimes the games take a little long, and the challenges end up disappearing because I think they can only be active for an hour or so. So might need to send it again, but that's about it. I recognize the gym names. Let's go here. That's right, I am only playing people in our gym program right now. We do some training games from time to time, so I just thought I'd stream these ones. No harm, no foul, and a little bit of analysis afterwards, but it's good because I think training games are one of the best ways to improve, no doubt. Like, if you have someone that's around your level, let's say, you know, you're 1100 and you have a peer, a buddy that's also 1100, and you're able to just regularly play games against them, I think that's a perfect way to study. Because, first of all, because you know them, you're able to tell them, like, hey, can you just play, you know, e4 and accept the Smith-Morra? I want to practice that opening. So it's helpful because you can tailor the games that you're going to play to practice a specific thing. Or like, hey, this rook end game's supposed to be a draw. You know, you play white, I'll play black. Let's see if let's see if the guy who's supposed to be able to draw can actually draw it. So I always think that's a good way to study. Or train. Okay, so yeah, that's more or less forced at this point. C4 kind of forces this, and I'm going to try to push up to B4 now. And we basically are able to play B4. I think there might be a few reasons why B4 this quickly is not necessarily advised, so I'm going to be a little cautious and play H6 and E6, which is a little different from how I'd normally play, which is just B4, kind of make the point that you're not supposed to allow it. But I know there are some reasons why playing B4 that early is not advised, so one of them is sometimes losing that bishop, so that's why I decided to play H6, so it means I'll always keep that bishop. Now I'm really interested in B4, now that I know my light square bishop is gonna stay. What I really don't want to allow is things to open up and white to play like rook B1, so having this bishop control that square is really important. But E6 is the next move. Let's say bishop E7 and castle. Nothing crazy. Eckers, thanks for using Prime 13 months. Go Sens, eh? I don't think you're going to get an overwhelming flow of support for that comment. Certainly not from me. Don't call me Lab, 19 months. And Be Fresh, 7 months with Prime. Thanks, guys. Welcome back. But yeah, anytime black gets b4, I mean, it's already a very serious advantage, I would say. Takes, and bishop a3 is already fairly lethal, with bishop b2 coming. And of course, the idea of taking and then having another b-pawn to shove down the board is also really, really nice. As white, usually you need to do something pretty aggressive, like trying to get e4 in, or maybe g4. I already think my opponent should have played the move a3 to stop b4, and also, let's say I didn't play h6, then you're looking to capture this bishop with like knight h4. You'll notice that probably, I'm guessing, Goblin here doesn't have like a ton of ideas about what to do, because it is not that comfortable of a position. Right, so he goes a4, which, I mean, technically it like loses a pawn, let's say, if we capture, but often that is just a bit too greedy straight off the bat because we're not castled yet. So that is definitely not my first instinct here. However, I am thinking about it. But yeah, I'm thinking that we just gang up on the a4 pawn ourselves, maybe bishop e7 and castle, or even take on e5 and knight d7. I think bishop e7 is simplest. Again, could go for something like this, but I don't think it's necessary. I definitely don't want to be taking that pawn when my king's not castled, so I want to do this. But that's how en passant works. It's a one-time thing, so no, I won't be taking on a3 at all this game. If the knight moves, which wouldn't be very good at all, then that pawn is loose. This is really helpful for me. If e4 ever happens, I can go back knowing that takes, I take this. And I am fairly happy to see a move like this. First of all, I'm going to castle. Knight e5, I'll support this pawn with either rook c8 or rook a6. I like rook a6 a bit better because it sort of leans toward the other rook going to a8. What I don't like about rook a6 is maybe the move b3 happening. So I'm not sure I want to allow that. So I'll probably start with rook fc8 after knight e5. Bishop e5 is different though, did not expect that. And I do not believe that it's very good. we'll start with this, making a threat. I expect rook there might be necessary. And then maybe we just go like, yeah, rook a7, rook a8 even, just gang up on that. See you, Bob K. Oh, you were just tuning in on the break. Okay, I like it. Awesome. Tier 3 for 11 months in a row, coming up to 1 year. Thank you to I'm a Possum. I'm also a tier 3 possum. I think you probably tried to gift me a tier 2, but I was already tier 3 at the time, luckily. So yeah, we're the same tier for maybe the first month ever out of year 11. Unfortunately, Goblin just dropped a piece. Always got to be aware when moving the knights to the side of the board that same thing goes for me. These bishops are usually attacking those squares. So it's a safe move when the knight is in the way, like back on f6, then the bishop wouldn't be hitting it, but knight h4, the other reason why I would be so critical of the move is, let's say I couldn't take a knight for free, I would just be moving my bishop back to h7. And that's why I played h6. So anytime you play your knight to the side of the board and your opponent can just save their bishop, it's almost never worth it. Let's go here, keep trades going. And yes, we're very happy to get rid of, number one, a great bishop, very strong piece. But number two, I'm just happy to trade, period, because trades are good when you're on material. Okay, let's bring our bishop back into the action, guard this pawn, and now I will just go rook a6, rook a8, and I don't see any good defense to that plan of just trying to take the a pawn. a5, I think stop that from going any further and get the rook over here. Okay. Gonna continue my plan here. Grab this. And although Goblin is trying to get stuff going, which is good to see, it likely won't be possible. Just because the bishops control all the squares. Trying to push the pawns like that, my bishop on d3, you can see, is just controlling everything. Let's trade off a bunch of these pawns. Another annoying thing is if he plays g4, then probably he's going to get mated with something like bishop h4, bishop e4. And yeah, this is sort of what I meant. My bishop's covering everything, so there isn't an easy way for him to generate counterplay. Then I'll take this pawn as opposed to that one. Listening to this guy, Chris Luno. Really chill dude. If you've listened to some of his stuff on YouTube. Okay, king g3. I think I'm going to go g5 just to take some squares. And now you'll notice that basically it's a mating net waiting to happen. Now we don't have a check, so I'm unable to claim that it's checkmate, but that's the plan. So h4 would be checkmate, for example. And this bishop is covering the pawn, so I'm not scared of this because I know I have the bishop, but also I am just kind of like going straight for mate. So even though he's done this, taking, I'm still covering all the squares that he could go to. So it is still mate. GG Goblin. Let's take a look at that one real quick, buddy, because we got a London system which was played very well. And after bishop f5, then you just definitely need to be aware here that black is intending c4. So this was all great up to here. And now you have a couple options. The first option would be very similar to what you did in the game. And this isn't, you know, like a huge issue. I still think black is better, but you should play a3 basically immediately, and next go rook c1. And that's just going to mean that you don't deal with the move b4 because you're out of the pin. So black should be pretty happy with the opening if it goes in this direction, but at least you don't want to be faced with the move b4. Black playing the move b4 successfully is usually a good indication that the opening has gone well for them against the London. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you can definitely consider taking this pawn after bishop f5 and takes here. I actually, instead of knight takes, which guards the pawn, I actually prefer to take with the pawn. Black usually plays e5 to go and win the pawn back. And then there's two moves to play. Bishop g5 to double the pawns is reasonable, but bishop back, bishop takes c5, knight f3, and I think white's game is pretty comfortable here. Number one, we're attacking a pawn. Number two, I'm threatening to win a pawn because b4, b5 kicks away these two pieces, especially the knight on c6. I've got a nice open rook on the a pawn here, so I think white's just got an edge, plain and simple. So usually on bishop f5, I think white should play d takes c5. And if black plays queen takes c5, then you're grabbing this pawn, attacking the rook, and there's no rook b8 because of your bishop. So this is already just fantastic for white. So after takes here, they'd have to take. And I know it's tempting to take with a knight and guard your pawn so you don't even lose it. But what happens is usually you run into like a5, a4, or knight e4, knight takes c5. So you're going to lose the pawn anyway. And I'd much rather have the threat of b4, b5, have the rook open. It works out a little nicer that way. So keep d takes c5 in mind, specifically in this position. Otherwise, keep in mind the general principle that if you see these double pawns by black, know that their plan is b5, b4 immediately, and your plan should be a3 and get the rook the heck out of this pin so b4 isn't possible. Because if you go bishop b2 here, technically they can still go b4. So I'd rather not have you deal with it. Just bring the rook here. Then bishop b2 castle, h3 maybe. Sort of play similarly to how you did in the game. Because yeah, if you did what you did in the game, but let's say a3 was played, so black couldn't play this b4 move, then I think it's much closer to equal. But it's a good start. You remembered the key moves. You handled queen b6. It was more the move after getting ready to handle this move c4. So takes is definitely the answer. But if you ever are faced with a position that looks like this, remember you want to go a3 and rook c1 ASAP. All right. let's jump back into another game. I'm glad you liked it. That's a good reminder. If anyone hasn't seen our latest YouTube video, Eric runs into a cheater that was on a recent stream, and well, won't give away everything, but it was very entertaining, put it that way. So that was the latest release on YouTube. Awkward not thanks for the 5 months. Possum gifting a tier 2 sub to Aman Cut for 1 month. It's just amazing. It's only been 1 month that Aman Cut has been subbed to the channel. It's Jacoby. Thanks for the 6 months with Prime. And Pedrinho Mau de Martello. Thanks for the Prime sub. That sounds Portuguese or Brazilian. I know, McMaster. Makes no sense. Thanks for using Prime, man. I appreciate it. It's true, yeah. If you get a challenge involving increment from someone in the chat, you usually have to run from it. You have to run far away from it. All right, got another game. Chicken Pants, who's certainly been doing his fair share of lifting. Let's go with c4 against Chicken Pants. Okay, knight there, and if it's gonna trend into King's Indian territory, which it looks like it will, and okay, we'll go back to this. Let's play the what's called the same-ish. I've been playing a few King's Indian lines lately. Bishop d3, definitely one of them. Knight f3 is like the most standard. f3 though, kind of lends itself to a very quick attack on the king side and also a very sturdy center. As you can see, there's no knight g4, so my bishop's safe on e3, and bishop e3, queen d2 goes right after the king. So we'll see how he wants to play against it. Whether he's gonna castle, go with e5, d5, c5, b5. There's so many ways to try to attack the center as black. a6, b5, start with e5. Okay, let's go queen d2. Passive for black? No, I don't think there's anything wrong with black's decision so far. And I mean, the King's Indian is a fun opening. Certainly I would never use the word passive to describe someone playing the King's Indian. So a couple options. Knight e2 takes d4 is probably what I'm gonna go for. d5 is another move. Like if you're really committed to the attack, then d5 makes sense because you want to close the center before you do something crazy like attack on the side of the board. So both make a lot of sense. Knight e2 I'm going to go with is just a little more of a regular looking move. You might get an open position with pawn takes d4, for example. So depending on black's moves, I might be more or less interested in playing d5. For example, if I see the move rook e8, I might be very interested in d5. Because rook e8 is a move that you'd want to play, let's say, in a position like this, because it's an open file. So if I go and close it after I see this move, then it makes the move rook e8 look not so good. Also, if I close the position, black probably wants to consider something like f5, in which case the rook would rather be back on f8. So, all in all, if I see rook e8 with a pawn still on e5, I'm probably playing d5. That's just how it's gonna go. But he took first, which is a good move. Knight d7, this is all fine. I think I'm gonna go bishop e2. And this will be a good one to mention a few things in that position afterwards in the analysis, because they're not necessarily the most obvious things about the position. Let's go rook d1. Really want to handle this d5 move. Put some pressure here. And c7, and I think now I can castle. Bishop e6 can always be taken. Okay, now a lot of times I like to just drop the knight back and make that threat in positions like this. So I'll do that, attacking d6. It's not like I win a pawn or anything, but I feel like he's got to do something that maybe he's not that keen on. And my next couple moves, I'm thinking rook e1, bishop f1, just to get my rook more operative on the e-file. b3 also solidifies that pawn, so he has gone rook d8. Makes sense. Thinking about this. Also thinking about just rook c1. Yeah, I'll go rook e1. Looks normal. Okay, so b5 is a very committal move. First thing that I would look at is whether I can use the b5 square. The next thing that I would look at is if I can just go c5. And maybe I'll even put those two things together. So I'll start by doing this. I just put a rook on e1, so it does make a lot of sense to play e takes d5. And knight b5 seems to make sense. Let's attack the queen. Queen needs to move. And after something like queen e7, then I think I was going to go for c5. And I've got the d4 square very well watched. Well, literally by almost every piece on the board. d6 is a square maybe I can jump into. And bishop f1 is a move I actually want to play. I do want to get that move played so that my rook starts to make some threats here. So although knight d6 is tempting, I don't actually see that move threatening a lot. I don't see it actually threatening anything really. And maybe it's loose to something like d6. So I'm actually thinking a lot more like knight d4 is the move. Strengthen these pawns. You can take this bishop. But yeah, bishop f1, very underrated move. Probably going to be my next one. Yeah, let's do this. So now he's got real problems, let's say. And if queen takes there, there's always going to be a knight discovery. Something doesn't feel right about this. Just looking at the queen on e7 and my rook on e1. Only good things should be happening here for me. So this move, knight g4, is not very convincing because I don't have any useful moves. Bishop f4, knight h5 is actually decently resourceful by black, so I'm not too sure about that one either. What I am interested in this move bishop g5 because the queen has to stay here and guard the knight. There's no h6. And by pinning this knight, there's no knight h5 available either. And my threat is f4. So that move can be played, but it is a free pawn for me. I have to take it. Meanwhile, I still have this pin, so you know, something like f4 or to that effect might be very strong soon. f4, knight g4. I think my opponent is probably going to be losing material there. It's a tricky line though, so I'm going to go here. Knight there, I guess. Knight here, then queen h3. Yeah, this one I wasn't too sure about because now it looks like there might actually be material lost. Let's find out. This is kind of scary, having your queen lined up against the bishop, but I am attacking a knight and pinning it to a queen, so I've got some threats of my own. If the other knight went there, I would have gone to h4. Okay, now this is actually not going anywhere, so I think I'm going to play queen g3, get out of this danger, and then still threaten to take this knight. h3 I'm looking at now. I think I like h3. I still want to take this knight, and I certainly will if the queen moved, but this is even better, because now we got the knight to move. And I think this is probably good. We'll get some trades. We are up a piece now. GG, chicken pants. That'll be too much. Yeah, the extra piece is too much. So, I was mentioning a few things about this position. Let's take a look at the opening. King's Indian, I mean, this is good. This is always good. You don't know how to handle the English well? Well, chicken pins, this wasn't in English, so I'm sorry, but that excuse doesn't fly. This is just a d4, this is just King's Indian. You handled the English perfectly. What do you mean you don't know how to handle the English? It's not in English anymore. Right? Just because I start with c4 doesn't make something, you know, the English immediately. So you played knight f6, which is good. As a King's Indian guy, a lot of people who start with one c4 against you, they're gonna end up playing d4 and e4. So you're gonna end up probably playing a normal King's Indian, which is the exact same that you would get against d4 in a lot, like a very high percentage of your games, because it just won't matter. Like, all these moves are gonna get played against you, and it doesn't matter what order. So I started with c4, but as you can see, it didn't really matter. What we got here is a regular King's Indian that you've probably played tons of times with the black pieces against d4. So it's the exact same thing. And as for this is all fine. Knight d7, this is still fine. You really have to kind of ignore. Actually, I was wondering why this was showing up. Okay, yeah. I really hate these like brilliancy question mark things, just outcomes. They're always so inaccurate. I was gonna say, you really have to ignore a lot about what the engine is gonna slap you in the face about in the King's Indian. Like, basically knight bd7 is very top level theory. Still, like, it's still a normal theoretical move. So for the, you know, chess.com engine to be like inaccurate is kind of deflating for what is a very, very standard move. So here, this is not something I expect you to like just calculate over the board, but it's worth noting that a lot of the games that I play against, you know, strong sort of tactical high energy players like Naroditsky, for example, will constantly find ways to energetically sack a pawn, maybe just temporarily, and sort of free the position. And this is one of those ways where black plays knight b6 and then looks to take the pawn back. And you've kind of got a bunch of open lines, and you can see how the evaluation bar, well, I guess you can't, because that's exactly why I wanted to take away that analysis thing. But I can tell you that from my end, the evaluation bar really did take a good leap down. But I think the eval bar, when you're looking with an engine, is so unfair to black. The King's Indian is like a pretty good opening, and sometimes you play the King's Indian and the eval's like, all right, you know, fuck you, +1 for white. I guess you're lost. Like, that's pretty much just how it starts. So as soon as you get make a half decent move, it starts to like jump right back to even. So anyway, this is a good line. This is a good line to know. Just that d5 is a fun way to sack, but it's very specific to this position, so it's not something you can always just bust out. So like I said, I wasn't expecting you to just like play that move out of nowhere. I thought the way you played was very reasonable. Rook e8. Unfortunately, if I attack your pawn, your rook's gonna have to end up moving again, which is kind of the way it is. Like something like this. So really, I thought. Didn't think there was anything wrong with the way you were playing at all. You played d5. I don't mind this move either. So I went for this. And here the main concern that I have is your queen and my rook, which eventually they're going to line up. And you saw, like, even on the next two moves, two pieces got out of the way. So it became, you know, even closer of a long distance relationship. And it's not one that you're looking to have. This is going to be very painful for you, and it's the reason you ended up losing, which tactics involving the rook and the queen. So it would probably be, let's say, a good habit to like get the queen out of the way, but it's tough to explain because, you know, you're going to lose your bishop pair here, and the pawn's not fantastic. But I would say that black has a lot of pretty good compensation here. For the bishops, you still have this guy, which is the key to your position. So I don't mind your game at all, but it's not that easy to play here. I think that white is already in a comfortable spot, but I don't like this. So I would probably look to move the queen out of the way, and then maybe play exactly how you did in the game, bishop d7, save your bishop if I don't take it. And if I'm ever playing bishop f4, it's important to know that, yes, you might have like knight d7, for example, but knight h5 is always going to be a very strong move because I'm not able to maintain this pin. I can't put my bishop anywhere here, so I kind of just have to go back. And if I take you, I'm literally insane. This is always a terrible move. I'm just going to like lose this game. So I didn't mind how you played it, but if you just got your queen out of the way of my rook and then played it the exact same way, that looks pretty good. You know, I would put my rook here and my rook there and this bishop back here and play that game, right? Save your bishop, put your rook on an open file, put your other rook on an open file where you can attack a pawn. And, you know, both sides have a playable position in my opinion. I think white's a bit better. I'd prefer white, but nothing crazy. This is just regular King's Indian stuff. You're going to get an imbalanced position and your opponents aren't going to play it perfectly. So I think it's the exact kind of game that you're looking for out of the opening. Even knight c6 can be played in some lines. It's probably not my favorite move here, but you can try to trade a knight off, get your queen again. Next move probably out of the way of the e-file and go from there. Your King's Indian instincts are definitely good here, and it's not like I got an overwhelming advantage. It was mainly just, if you see a rook lined up against your queen, you should definitely be thinking about moving the queen as soon as possible. Yeah, f3 is called the same-ish, so it's another King's Indian line that's worth checking out. But specifically, if people play it the way I did, I would be looking in your case to play something like this quick d5 move. Most people are not going to handle this very well. You get very active, you get to capture this pawn, and most people will blunder here extremely quickly. Like, almost for sure. Like, black's already got a position that I think is just better. Any position that's open tactical is going to favor black and a King's Indian, just generally. GG chicken pants. All right. So, let's see here. Son Jones, good luck, buddy. Have I played King's Indian in a tournament? No. I'm gonna play the Dutch here. See, try some different openings. Okay, b6. Now, even if you want to play g6, bishop g7 as black, it's usually not a bad idea to delay that. Just because there are some lines that if white sees you play g6, they might do something very specific against it. But if they see you go like this and this, they can't, you know, do something crazy like h4, h5, because you haven't committed g6 yet. So I like to wait with that move while I can. And I'm gonna play a setup with c6, where black often wants to bring the knight sort of back around like this. When I see knight d2, there's not much thought. There's not many thoughts in my head other than e5. Because I see this, and I just see that I can play e5 in the center for free, so I'm very excited about this. Okay. So takes e4. First thought is, you know, definitely looking at a move like f4. I don't really want to take this. I don't mind if white takes me in a lot of cases, but I wouldn't really want to take here and allow white to take back. So I'd be looking at things like bishop e6, things like f4 here, maybe queen e7. How do we want to play? I think I'll go for f4. Looks like a very double-edged way to play. I don't think it's actually, you know, the best move, quote unquote, but I think it's a challenging one. Knight f3, okay. Start by taking here, which kind of has to be taken back. Otherwise I take with a check. Let's guard this. Queen e7, and I guess when I see the king and this diagonal, I kind of do want to keep the pieces on the board. Let's say the queens specifically. This guy's really key. Like, yeah, it's always really important to have a pawn on c6, covering knight d5. We are in the thick of it here, playing a Dutch. So c5, although it's a discovered check, isn't really scary. It's the first thing I'd notice. And then this is also well defended, so I'm not really concerned about that either. So I think I'll just go knight d7, looking to play knight c5. Again, if c5, I'll just go here, and I think he's just giving me that pawn next turn. Definitely looking at knight g4. Yeah, knight g4 hitting this bishop. I'm wondering where the bishop's gonna go. Because I'm about to come in with like a check, knight f2. You guys know the drill. And the bishop on e3 doesn't have basically any squares to go that stay on that diagonal. Yeah, so we're definitely happy to see this. Anytime you can take the dark square bishop in an opening where you fianchetto your dark square bishop, it's almost always a massive accomplishment. So in the Dutch, King's Indian, Grunfeld, white's dark square bishop is extremely valuable. So we're definitely going to be taking it. The question is, do we want to take it right now or make a few other moves first? Because it's not really going anywhere, which is good to know. Good to notice, I guess. So I think I will take it right away to make a rook go there. I was just thinking if I made the knight move first, maybe the queen takes. Not sure if that's good or not for me, so let's make the rook have to show up. A5, try to keep our knight there for now. And I imagine he might do something like this, which makes sense to double the rooks. And I'll just develop my bishop, connect my rooks, and try to enjoy my two bishops. Hit that pawn. I imagine b3 will get played. Knight e6 to d4 is another plan I'm probably going to go for in the near future. Move my bishop and do that. Oftentimes when your bishop isn't really doing anything on any of these diagonals, then you develop it, you bring your rook out to connect them, and then you actually just move your bishop back. Because there are a lot of squares like these two that I really might want to use for my other pieces, but with my bishop on them it's a little inconvenient, so bishop back does make a lot of sense. So knight here we can take, there's also h6. I think we'll start with a capture. Queen takes, maybe rook f8 or even a h6, but this is the plan. We want to go h6 and kick that knight out. So here if I go h6 and then I go rook f7 and then I just move my queen somewhere, essentially the knight is guarding the rook, but the knight has to move because it's attacked. So it looks like that just wins. So after this, I think white's knight has to retreat. Knight f7 gets it trapped. And knight e6 to d4 is definitely a plan that I'm probably going to go for right now. Bishop g4 I could also include. I think I'll do this. If bishop h3, I'll do this. Probably take the bishop actually. Although taking on d4 looks like it does win a pawn. Two very tempting options. Two bishops against two knights is always really good, but then a pawn is a pawn as well. Yeah, both look very good. I think taking on d4 might even win more than a pawn. Could just win the exchange. Bishop takes here, we're going to take here, and then we're hitting the bishop, and we're also threatening bishop d4, which looks fairly convincing. And the time ran out there on Zon Jones, but it looked like the position was running out simultaneously. GG, Spencer. Let's take a quick look. Oh, we don't have enough memory to take a look. Sorry, bud. Alright, we're on to the next game. This reminds me of my Habits series. This only happened during Habits, and it's like you can only analyze like a set amount of games or something. It's very weird. Chess.com's like, you know, let's cap your learning. You can only do so much learning for one day. Okay. Yeah, full hard drive, exactly. So I thought knight d2 was not a good move, first of all. Most other moves here are going to be just good normal moves, like rook e1, queen c2 are pretty standard, queen d3, anything to try to support e4. This does the same thing, but it allows me to play e5, whereas every other move, you threaten e4, but I can't play e5. So all those moves are preferred. Knight d2, me getting to play e5 is just too generous of you. Black usually has to really work to play this move, like queen e8, knight d7, and really try to get e5 in, which is a good thing for me. And knight d2 lets it happen immediately. So I would say rook e1, queen d3, these are pretty standard lines. And then if I try to prepare something like e5, let's say go like knight d7, then you go e4. Right, and now e5 is a little harder for me to achieve. I think white's just got a fun, easy position. Maybe this rook has to take a step back. I know there's some theory after knight f6 that involves rook h4. I think that you really need to take a look at this stuff before you jump into it, but something really simple like this looks, I mean, this is incredibly reasonable. This bishop can end up anywhere. Queen d2, bishop h6, or even like this. But I think the position is just easy to play with white. Like you're not running into e5. Got a great bishop pair. Nice open e-file. But allowing me to get e5 in one go is definitely nice. So here, like I said, I think there's a lot of decent moves. I decided to try f4. I don't think it's the best one, but I think it's a tricky one to handle. And here, I know for sure that basically black's position is trending positive here. Trending very, very, very well. h3 is almost necessary to play bishop e3. Allowing knight g4 is just like, nope, no can do. One thing I said during the game was any opening that black plays where there's like a fianchetto bishop for black, it means usually that white's corresponding color bishop is so important. It's like worth 3.5 or 4 points, or at least it should be in your head. So you really got to take care of it. And you losing your bishop just for my knight here is an incredibly good deal for me, and black has a commanding position. So you considered h3. So I would say in your head, even if you considered h3 and you weren't sure if it's fast enough, there should be like a serious alarm going off that says, I can't ever lose my bishop for a knight. And after bishop e3, if you're following that rule, then you'd have to move it again. And it's like, well, is h3 better than going here and then here? Probably yes. So there's just no way you can give up a dark square bishop for a knight. It's going to be disaster, and it really was. Like on the dark squares, you were suffering basically the whole game. Like, you know, all these squares are pretty much going to be under my control. I have maybe bishop h6, or the plan that I went for, which was knight to e6 and knight d4. And black is just all over the dark squares here. I think this is just winning because bishop d4 at the end. But the main point here is, number one, knight d2 was a really poor move in the opening. Let me play e5. So get that out of the way and just focus on playing e4 while still restricting e5. And then just knowing that no matter what position you get in this line, your dark square bishop, you should essentially never lose it for a knight. And if you do, you've made a mistake. Like if you're in a position where you feel like it's forced that you have to give it up, then you made a mistake earlier. Palacio 93, thanks for the 9 months. Cooper Slop, thanks for the 5 months. Latinum Blonde, gifting to local foreskin bandit. Yep. Thank you very much there, Latinum. Appreciate the targeted gifted sub. Ronnie A with the Prime sub. D-Lev for 8 months with Prime. Vezium with Prime for 2 months. Harry Shashiv, thanks for the 18 months with Twitch Prime. Dimple 111 bits. And Natos Illuminatos. Thank you for half a year as well. Yeah, knight d2 to e4, or knight d2 to support e4 is, I mean, it's a thing, so you're not making it up out of nowhere. I've seen it in some other positions, but definitely in the Dutch, you don't want to let black play e5 at no cost. At least make me commit some other moves and pieces into that plan in order to really work to play e5. Because your knight's already in a great square on f3, and you can get e4 without the knight on d2. Like you have ways to play e4 that don't need knight d2, so do all those moves first. And if for some reason you still can't play it, which makes no sense, maybe you need to add knight d2 in. But if you start with other moves, you'll probably end up playing e4 successfully and restricting e5 at the same time. Wow, Dongmi. A tier 3 sub to Sasha Gray. Tier 3! Dongmi is making sure that, while he might be subscribed to her tier 3 content, he's making sure that she's subscribed to our tier 3 content as well. So, thank you, Dongmi. Yes. Some Tinder advice, eh? If Sasha Gray gets in our Tinder advice channel, that's becoming, let's say it's becoming probably a tier higher than tier 3 to go in that chat. It's going to be 18 plus, so actually might have to make it 21 plus to make sure Gory can't get in there for a few years. But yeah, we might need to make it tier 4. I think a lot of guys would be ready to access that tier. Hello to Tommy Shelby. Tommy, we're playing Chessbrah gym members here. As a spokesperson for Chessbrah in limited capacity. Do you have any comments on the Chessbrah gym, Tommy? Would you say that a Chessbrah gym member generally enjoys a higher quality of life than a non-gym member? GG Spencer. Let me find another team here. Drew, good luck, man. Oh, try to accept your challenge, but maybe you're offline. I don't see Drew here anymore. That's a pretty good comment by Tommy that I can personally relate to. I don't know about anyone else. So Tommy has been in the gym Discord, but like probably accidentally clicked the link or something. And all of a sudden he saw some guys working on chess, training, sweaty, working the treadmill, lifting the dumbbells. Maybe a class was in session. And it's just a very intimidating environment if you didn't mean to walk into a gym and all of a sudden there's a really fit guy with a microphone and he's like telling you, like really encouraging you, and you're just there and you're like fat piece of shit and you're just like, wow, everyone's like so hot in here and I don't know what's going on. So I can understand why Tommy felt intimidated. Some of the local Chessbrah gym members were likely working out at the time, and Tommy looked at himself and he realized he was living a different lifestyle. Sometimes that's the motivation. That's what gets you into the gym, Sometimes that realization is what changes you forever. It's true. If I walked in a gym and I saw, a guy like Lethbridge Chess lifting weights in the corner with Zon Jones and Neil, and I saw Skinny Cuz doing about 60 push-ups a minute, I would also feel pretty intimidated. I would also I would know that the gym program works, first of all. Should be good. I'll need you to send it again, Drew, but the challenge again, but sounds good. Well, that's the thing, Goblin. I don't know. The games take a while. Like, I can't play everyone, unfortunately, but I am trying to play most people. But to give the analysis afterwards and to play some of these games, which take, 10 plus minutes, it's like 15 minutes a game. So 3 or 4 games go by, and then people's challenges disappear because chess.com doesn't like to have those challenges idling or queued for too long. So there are a lot of people that probably had their challenge in early, but it just disappeared by the time I got to their game. So for example, Eddie, Nicola, they don't have those challenges anymore. McNaster. But yeah, I also wasn't going to do this forever. It's been about 2.5 hours or something like that. So I was just going to play some last games. Anything over Leafs. You're not a true Torontonian. That doesn't count. It says I'm not online. Okay, well, I think I'll just stop for now. I know there's quite a few people that I didn't get to, but it's been about 2.5 hours, and I was gonna play some other games, so I will definitely do this again though. But I was gonna play a few games to investigate my league ranking. Where is that damn thing? Profile? This? Because I think I ranked up here. I assume that the weeks expire every Sunday, so this must be brand new. Okay, yeah, we're finally a silver. Okay, I'll title, yeah, silver streamer. Silver streamer, that's me. Anyone else in silver? Yes. Finally one of you, eh? John Curtis, thanks for the raid, dude. Welcome. So, just playing some training games, but now, that's a good point, actually. I will check on Eric. See if he's in wood still. He might be hard stuck wood. No, so he and Hickey qualified out of wood. Right? That's what that means? So he must be in bronze now. But he's still in wood. How's he still in wood? He didn't qualify in number 6? Or this is a tough was it top 3 qualify? Is a serious criteria in the wood division or what? Thank you, John. We've had some YouTube videos. Yeah, I appreciate it. You repeat if you don't qualify. Yeah, I was saying like Eric's number 6 in the division that ended February 6th. So how is he not qualifying? Yeah, no, we've already discussed, guys. This is the sweatiest division. It says here, advanced to stone. It should be in stone, no? Oh well. Oh well. There's something sweaty about that league for sure. Meanwhile, mine, I'm in tough here. This is to advance the crystal. We already got guys out of the gates with the 114 trophies. Sultan of Sac, thanks for the 7 months with Prime. I am back. Don't know when the last time you checked in with the stream was, but definitely back. Meanwhile, I'm going to put this on. It's a different playlist. That's true. Yeah, no, the basement bras, I can't compete with those guys. I definitely can't compete with them. But we're only in silver, so I think it's no problem. Like we should be fine. Right, guys? We should be able to qualify here. Tournaments. Current. Nothing. Sick. Is there really nothing, or that's just busted? Okay, yeah, it must be busted. Daily tournaments. No, we don't want daily tournaments. Do we? What? What's going on here? Why is it never intuitive? So I click daily tournaments and I really want to see this, but I get taken to like some different link. What's going on here? Yeah, daily should be daily chess, but in the daily tournament tab, I was able to find this tournament, which is definitely a live chess tournament. See you, Leo Campos. This is what I was looking for. I'm looking for the arenas. This is the crown heavy stuff. Go crowns. Did I just lose my queen? We shall find out. Okay, I don't mind knight c7. That's the definitely not the move I'm scared of here. Bishop c6, knight e4. Let's start pushing this guy. Okay. Yeah. Well, maybe he's not in my division, at least, Gory, you know? The real sweaty guys, at least I can say they're probably in a different division than I am. As Azara, I actually probably can't explain it, so. So, did you guys not see me click next game? Did it just not count or something? I definitely clicked next. Somehow it just didn't air me or something. Maybe it didn't register. We got 5 subs that says Neil beats me. Under what conditions, sir? My buddy here. My pal. He's in serious trouble here. Okay. What was that game? I don't know. That was a very quick game. Like, he was blasting through the moves, and none of them were very good. So it's always scary when people do that, because I never believe I'm actually going to win the game until the game ends. I never feel confident. It's an enterprising move. It's also a good looking move. I imagine he's sinking the knight in there. Yeah, okay. If I long castle, do I have enough threats? Let's hope so. This looks pretty scary, I gotta say. Let's play this move. The problem is, I was gonna do this, I don't think it really works. I'll play it anyway. Why the heck not? I'm gonna go rook here. I won on time when there's still time on the clock. Some confusing stuff. Proxer, thanks for 3 months. We gotta survive here. These guys are good. You can tell. My queen should have been here in the first place, I think. Something like this. Okay. I mean, it's extremely tempting to take there, of course. Takes this rook e8. I just have back rank issues, so I need to play a move. My queen's covering e1, which is more important than you might think. Oh wait, I had rook takes h5. I'm a little blind right now. A little blind right now. Yep, rook h5 definitely works. Forced as well, which is always nice. Looks like a sweaty looking move. Queen c6. Definitely want to put a knight on e4. Him doing this, he's not that happy about, I think. Guess I'll take it. Not thrilled about that.
Hey, yo.
Six seconds is not great. It's good that he messed up at the end because I thought things were going to end a little quicker than they did. Or I thought his time was going to run out quicker than it did. Rook d7 was just a little bit too early. And I think there's only 30 seconds left in the arena or so I don't think this game is going to conclude. Yeah, I think this game's gonna end. Okay, and then I guess there's another arena or something. I have to probably just keep going back to the tournament thing. Confusing stuff. So, I thought the tournaments just start on the hour. Is that not the case? Always confusing stuff. Man, I really hate this. I just can't fucking stand it. It's so bad. It needs to go on live chess. Like, I just can't even deal with that. What? This is so simple. Tournament tab. Very clear. I really don't get that. It's so much simpler. 1-0 Bullet Arena, 29 minutes left. Yes. Just started. You see, I didn't even see this one on the other list. Hello to Ralph Wiggum. Jake Ohm. Ask Anna, thanks for the 5 subs. Nuking for 11 months with Prime. And Ask Anna with 5 gifted subs, and those are subs to a silver Elo streamer. So it means a lot. It means that she's definitely here to support the channel. Because the chess, there's no guarantee. Let's go B3. Okay. Doing some sketchy stuff. Why did I think that I had some moves here? Because I don't really have any moves here. Kind of just a bad position. Oh, if we have 10 seconds? Ugh. Oh, I thought I was playing like a a more flaggable guy. Uh-oh, okay. Oh, that's a rook. Okay, wait a minute. That was a 2300. SFO Doug, thanks for the 3 months. I was trying to get like a, you know, things set up for maybe interesting KO. No. No, not against... Okay, I guess I forgot. When you join these arenas, I was kind of expecting to play all sorts of ratings, but I guess they just throw me against the top guys every game. Kind of brutal. Okay, certainly H4, H5 needs to occur. Occur. Hey Andy, that's tech life, isn't it? Comp sci. Gotta fix something that isn't even broken. Is this public or custom? I think it's public. Looks a little sus. Wants to do this. We gotta play this move. Don't like my moves right now. Should be able to win this end game. Well, now we definitely can. Grinding the trophies, Nimzo Indian, you know it. I just can't be stuck in a division that a lot of the chat is stuck in. You know? There's something about it. My body won't allow it. Okay. An endgame. Ah, yes. The area where a grandmaster shines. You really get to see the difference. Difference in caliber. Okay, I'll take that. A greedy move, but I will definitely do it. I'm that kind of guy. Okay, time for c4. Bishop here is going to win that pawn unless he moves his king, so we definitely should move the king. Or bishop there, kind of does the same thing. You want to go there? Good time to get our bishop out. What? What's going on? The pre-move's coming in hot and heavy. Oh, big announcement from Clark Kent. Big Air. Yeah, Big Air Finals is it's exciting. Go Olympics. Oh, I played this guy a lot. I recognize his name, man. He's a league grinder. Let's bring the knight in. What the heck? What is this position, by the way? Is this not such a weird game? Okay, why is he thinking? No, think about it. At some point I'll move this again and then have the knight able to go there. Yeah, d5 next looks like a pretty good move. Yeah, this looks really strong. Bishop d2 to a5 might almost mate the guy. No, we're hard stuck silver, guys. That's the point. Oh, this song's always good. But we're trying to escape Elo hell right now. Okay, let's go d5. Gotta be bishop d2. I'm trying my best to keep the king in the middle. Yeah. We really just want to trade pieces here. Rook trade would be nice, but I think he's gonna go king up. Yeah, the rook trade helps a lot. And now there's not really much he can do. Okay, first thing is just move this damn knight out of here. Never want the knight in there, you'll just stalemate or something. Hey, queen trap. How are the beatings? Well, we played our gym members. We got that out of the way. We put a few gym guys in their place, and I think a few gym guys showed up in full force. They played very, very well. I think everyone honestly played really well today. With the exception of me. Okay. What? It's not going to be great, but... D2? What the heck is this move? Do I lose a rook here? Hopefully not. Okay, let's say this works. Instead of winning the queen, we did this. Go us. I was focused on like not losing my... Let's focus on not losing my rooks. Had to really guess where he was gonna put the queen there. Jeez. I don't know how we kept our rooks in that one. War of Ideas. Holy cow. 68 months for War of Ideas. It's a long time. Okay, so here. Just solidify. This looks very good. I think we'll take here. Cover this and basically just add all the lads to defense. Not great. I suppose probably can't take that. He has queen f1 at the moment against that, but should be okay. Bishop g7 and a bunch of moves. Time is very favorable, but also this is lethal. Hello, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. Cheering on the opponent, eh? War of Ideas, 68 months. He'll get to... I feel like he'll make it 1 month. I feel like he will. If he's made it 68 months, I have a feeling nothing's stopping him for 1 more. Probably some sort of knight d5 move needs to happen, but I really don't want to trade pieces. That's the thing. Knight e6 is okay though. I'm gonna get some pressure here. Oh, that's a bad miss. It's a really, really yucky miss. It's force mate. Just gross. Bishop h6 is force mate, unfortunately. Iceberger, thanks for gifting a sub. Chess Zeus for 100 bits. But really, the mistake wasn't bishop h6, although it sucks to miss that. But once the rook comes to b7, I think white's just winning. A lot of high energy players in these arenas. Okay, f5. Gotta get some... I mean, this is like a sweaty move, man. Look at these ideas. Rook to b4. My goodness. Oof. Such a bad move. Such a bad move. King c7 instead of like d5. Ugh. Rook e5. I mean, there's lots of sacks for white. I'm not sure if they work, but they look pretty scary. That move looks quite accurate. Move looks very accurate. Figured I'd just make it tricky. Heron, thanks for the 11 months. Okay. We need to go in the bunker. These are kind of creative songs. Creative techno. Big move. Big move. That's good energy. Gotta respect the king e7 at all times. Okay. Something's dropping here. And it might be the soap. B5, maybe queen back. And then I guess A4. Ooh, okay, I'm happy to see that. Win this pawn. Should be the game. So some serious moves. G5. I think we win the piece though. Lots of things. Takes. $2,900 today? Well, if that was the goal, then yeah, we can pack it up, boys. You know, all done here. Okay, a very similar game to the one we just played. Gonna play rook e1 and f3. Let's try the end game. F5 is hanging, so I think he has to trade. Now we can bring the pieces back out. We definitely do not mind losing this bishop. Okay, again, I'm reasonably happy with this.
Took pills to stay awake and play for 7 days.
I don't think there's enough time to play this, unfortunately. Just happy to get rid of the pawn there. I think that's one of those situations as black where when you're up, when you know that you're the guy that's about to win the game by flag, sometimes pre-moving just like your opponent is not as good. Because what happens is they end up taking your last pawn like I did. Lucky me. So sometimes you don't pre-move because you're just waiting to catch those last like desperate pre-moves, which is what all I had basically. Take. I have this, but I also have this, which I'm going to play first, because he's very likely going to lose his queen here. Oh, okay. Well, now we'll take it. We'll mate for the boys? No. He's not having it. Okay. I get it, brah. I get it. Trying to be a bait, brah. Didn't work. I think I'll take with the pawn here. Open up the G file. Got another pawn coming up. Knight in there. Do I want to take that? I can't tell. Knight in there should be good. And where's my beautiful win? It's got to be around here somewhere. Surely. There's a win here. Yeah, okay. He finds the move that I didn't want him to find. That doesn't look like the right move. Oh, damn. Not that it really matters, but it's always nice to keep the king locked away. Hello, Rebecca. And GM Chess King. Ilya again. Dangerous Ilya. We have to bring more endgame drip. Ilya is a strong tactical player, and we have to pretend that he is weak in the endgames. Because that's the only chance we have. We have to pretend that Ilya has weak endgame drip. Let's take. Okay, it's your pawns against mine once again. Here I can take and take. I think I end up a pawn. Let's bring our king in. Now we're in a good spot. Now, I think this should be... I feel like this should be really annoying to play with no time. Yeah, the pawns are kind of frustrating. Like, you have the knight, but you're not even that happy. Oh, may as well not get another match. Looks like it's over. Endgame drip. Yeah, hardly. Hardly. But I do think Ilya would stand a better chance in tactical positions than endgames. Yeah, Ilya's so weak at the endgame. Kappa. He won my bishop, I didn't bullet. Sometimes that's like the annoying thing, that it's easier to play with the king and pawns, because the knight you always have to be waiting to sacrifice. But look at these guys coming in first place. You see this? Like, how do you compete, man? Like, jeez, dude. Okay, we're at 102. So a couple arenas. I just need to do that every single day. Just, you know, a few arenas here and there, and we'll be at a silver in no time. That's the plan. That's the game plan. But I still need so much more time. Like 5-6 more days. Let's go one more so that we can say that we got into first place. Okay. Oh, hey. Where's Goblin? He's got to be paying attention. I just went over this today while we were doing our gym games. Do you want to go here? It's an interesting move. I suppose we'll still play this. I'm happy to see this move if he plays it. Okay, Rook H5 is kind of a nice looking move. Feels good, man. Rook here. Yeah. We have pressure here, pressure here. Now we're switching. We're going after this guy. He's got to go Rook D7. Okay, let's put that in there. Bishop E8 is annoying. It's a good move. He stopped it for a sec, but now I'm going to threaten it again with Bishop G8. Don't want to allow him to take anything. Some more endgame drip for Ilya. Go endgames. Okay. And we want to play A5 here. Goblin, 5 subs. Hey, he was here. He was watching. Goblin, there you go, buddy. A clinical game in that line for you, pal. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Takes, I think, can even take that. Let's take here. Wow. Ilya with a very alpha move there. C5 should win if he takes, so it's a nice move to get in. He's got to defend the rook here. He's got to do it in a way that still defends this. So Queen E8, only move, question mark. Do this. Rook E5. Sorry, Rook E5, we take it. Yeah, he missed it too. I also didn't see it for a sec. I was gonna say I can take it. Okay, we have Rook A8. He takes. We'll do it now. Let's just save this. We'll make sure to they're king up nice and safe there. Here we go. KC Chiefs 555, thanks for the prime sub. Thank you, dude. That is a brand new one as well. I think we know who Buddy's cheering for. Some more endgame drip, huh? Okay. Let's throw these moves in there. Okay, we're gonna go after this square big time. he just lost a piece. Yeah.
Forget where you came from. There's just people and parties and earthquakes and sunsets and good times. Welcome to the wasteland.
Rip. Rip. Yeah, we're gonna do this last arena so that we can at least claim first place in our silver division for the day. That's all in a day's work, you know?
We can make it easy. Show you all the secrets. Magic is believing. Even when it hurts.
Wow.
Welcome to the wasteland.
It's a big time move, eh?
Forget where
Definitely
you came
looking to play this. Definitely looking to play g5.
from. Parties and earthquakes and
Just go back and the bishop's trapped. I know I can take here, but it's against my king, so you never want to have that. Okay. Okay, let's check, and then we get castled. Let's do this. Okay. I'm okay with that. That worked out. Okay, so he's gonna move the knight. Thank you, sir. Oh, definitely thought he was gonna use the rook there so we could take. But I guess not. Yeah, rook takes just makes my life easier because we get to trade. Knight b3. Twizzlers 30, thank you for using Prime. 4-month resub. Twizzlers, welcome back, man. Congrats, Confarts. We got a lot of people hitting some ratings that I've heard about today, which is great to hear. I think this guy is coming at me a few games. I need to just focus up here for one game. Okay. I'm not playing Ilya, but we still have to try to drip in the endgame here. I'd rather take that pawn than this pawn, but now I'll get both of them. He should be pretty tied up here. Just have to get that damn knight out of the way. Plimpton, 16 months. Prime as well. Amish Ducky, brand new with Prime. That's a lot of Primes today. Exclamation mark Prime. Oh, Ilya again. Ilya the Woad Raider. He keeps coming at me. Okay, I don't know if this is the plan he was dreaming of. So I'll tolerate it. That ain't it, chief. Feels bad. Move the wrong rook. Maybe he didn't realize the rook was hanging, but it's also possible I make a mistake sometimes. I know I'm supposed to move a rook, I just move the wrong one. Free rooks are always nice, and I won't be complaining about them anytime soon. Let's trade some pieces here if I can. Yeah, this isn't great, but oh, okay. This is tolerable now. Knight d7 was playable for him, but still think I had good chances there. Let's bring our king into e7. Trying to bring in the endgame drip. Trying to bring in the endgame drip. I can't take this way, can I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to take this just to keep the game going. That doesn't look like a good move, but now I can take this. Okay. The rook is like kind of trapped in there. Again, not a good move. Four seconds. It's not going to be taking that. Damn, just not quick enough. The bishop is the worst piece to have. Not much I could do about that. The bishop is the worst piece to have for, like, not stalemates, but trying to checkmate, because the king can just dance around it. Rain, thanks for the bits. And 16 months from Jose Juegas. Thank you. Gracias. Yeah, this looks a little uncomfortable. But we definitely made the most of that. Queen takes h7, thank you. This guy is worth +3. That's gonna get us our 2,900 back. He plays the same opening as Ilya. What's going on here? What is this song? This song's so weird. Thought I was just playing a regular techno playlist. All of them seem creative nowadays. Yep. I had a bad feeling. This doesn't work, unfortunately. I have to take that. The unlucky trap. Wow, I can't play this move. Again. Don't think we have the firepower left. Yeah. Not in that game. The Weebs. Yeah, well, actually, this Weeb is really low level. I think I've beaten him almost every game so far. But that game, he lost the pawn in the opening. I don't know how it happened. It just kind of all went in a flash. Can't even take that. What am I doing? That move looks very wrong. Here, there's knight there though. Want to get g3 in. Just knight d7. I should be playing. He's probably gonna have to trade queens here. If we've trained for that moment. Alright, we got 10 minutes left. Okay, here's the weeb again. We gotta get him back. We're gonna play our slightly suspicious bullet opening. Go us. The weebs have stuff prepared here, you can tell. Took him a while to castle there. I thought that was the move for sure. We're gonna try to really open things up here. It's time for this move. High energy. The weebs. We have to be careful. Wow, he really played that move, eh? Okay. It's pretty impressive. Weebs are coming in full force here. You can tell they're dangerous. That's a very frightening move. Yes, the weeb has been defeated. Barely, but defeated in battle. 13 months, tier 3. It's Ponyu. It's Ponzu. Thanks, thanks for the resub. Very, very traditional stance from the weeb there. Man, like, I used to just play Techno Bunker on Spotify, and I had like some pretty good techno songs, like deep stuff. All the songs I played today, they almost feel like funk, like house. I don't know, they're like not techno. It's very weird. The only techno playlist I can trust now is our techno playlist. It's like trying to be like some 2022 techno or something. Some new age. Some fresh stuff, what can I say? Some basement finds. I didn't know what was happening that entire game, definitely. So, if that was you as well, I'm right there with you. I don't mind H4. I'm a little more concerned about G4. Just kind of opens things up in a nice way. You mindful? Thanks for the 5 months. Andy is Yoda, 37 months. Let's take that. Cheers, Andy. Meanwhile, what the hell do I do about this? MapRail. 20 subs. 20 gifted subs from MapRail. Okay, 1 sec. Thank you, MapRail. Let's do our best not to lose this scheme now. C4 is a good move. It's a very disturbing move. There we go. Thank God he was slow at the beginning, if you guys remember. He like didn't show up. Oh, we got the weeb again. MapRail, thanks for the 20 subs. This guy's been trouble. He's tapping into his full potential. Yes, I believe I just played this against Ilya. The weeb is a little more potent. He's got some sauce that I didn't see Ilya with. Let's take that damn knight off the board. That's the plan, at least. This is good. I have an active position at least. Very suspicious move by me. Love to see those. Yes, he's been defeated multiple times in battle now. They have many lives though, they keep returning. Usually stronger than ever. There's 2.5 minutes left in this arena. Okay, let's take that. If we trade the light square bishops, we're definitely going to be... Oh no, we're going to be dripping on the young Ilya in this endgame. The drip, it's going to be too much. The positional drip might be too much here for young Ilya to handle. Let's take this way. No. Let's take here and go like that. Just give a check. Just go here. Now that there's only 9 seconds left, I think this is a little bit more about flagging. Andres' chess, 8 months, prime sub. I had to give up my endgame drip and turn it into a flag drip. And you have to really be an elite player to know the exact time to switch from drip to drip. Whoa. What's this? What's this, my bro? I don't think I care about this. Oh, arena's over, that's why. That's why. Okay, I believe we've done our job, right? Surely we are now leading the silver division. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm always kind of rooting for him as well, Slicer, but the amount of me that roots for the opponent and the amount that roots for me, always in my favor. Only a few, Ilya. Most of it was just time and bullet nonsense. Yep. Yeah, definitely some people getting their thanks into Mackerel. 20 gifted subs came in during that arena there. Okay, we're leading the silver division, guys. We're going to be monitoring this. We're looking to not stay hard stuck silver. That's for sure. We're, what, 5 days, 17 hours? Yeah, we got to get out of silver. No, I didn't chicken pants. I would have cared a lot more about it if you didn't have a guy that was essentially 0 points. You were giving me odds, essentially. But I saw what you wrote. That it was like some random 3 that didn't matter. But, yeah. The way I started and then putting up like 20 combined fantasy points with like 2 or 3 people, after that, I definitely deserved the loss. But yeah, because I already figured like I deserved to lose it, I wasn't paying a lot of attention. It would have been extremely tilting if we had both played all our guys or something, and it came down to like 1 3-point the way it happened, and I lost. That would be disgusting. That would be disgusting. Oh, you're in Crystal there, CM Serious. Well, there, show off. Ah, I see ya. Okay, guys, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna go to the bathroom. BRB.
bouger comme un tricycle.
Hello. Wow, Salty, that just sounds too depressing. I don't even want to read that. That's gonna put a lot of people off the grind. If you can't do it, you know, that tells a lot of people what their limits are. Because there's no way they're putting in more effort than you did. So that's, yeah, well, that's the type of thing if someone hears, they might just give up leagues forever. E. Papas Jr. Hey dude, definitely go Canada. Winter Olympics I've been watching a little bit. I don't have as much time as I'd like to watch as much as I'd like, but I've been catching some here and there. It's very entertaining, I find. All Olympics. Just seeing like the best in the world. Awesome. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise, 5 gifted subs. Super bass by Mickey. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise, I think you're gonna find very little opposition from me on this subject. Some might even say that Quick Cinco was not necessary. So I'd like to think that you understand that Quick Cinco is just full support for the channel. Absolutely none of that was necessary to get this song on. A real supporter. Yeah, McNaster, I should have some drinks and tell you about her. I have a lot of things to say about Nicki Minaj. Am I playing subs today? I was playing some gym members earlier, and then I was just grinding a few trophies for the chess.com leagues. But I think I am done. I think I'm done the grind for today. At least the league grind, you know? Like I'm gonna check in with my division every day, but if it starts getting really sweaty, I don't think I'm gonna be able to keep up with people. But for now, you know, more than a day is expired, and I was able to put up 180 points in like 3 tournaments. So I feel like if I keep up that pace, that's not a big time investment. Should be able to do it. But if things start getting sweaty near the end of the week, I'll have to see. Yeah, I don't think it is OMG Alien. At least I hope not. Are tournaments more points? I think it's just the most efficient way because otherwise you have to keep joining the pool. Like if I play a 1 minute or 3 minute game right now, I'm gonna get trophies for it, but if I play the same person again and rematch them, I'm not gonna get for the second game. So just playing a different opponent every game is what does it the fastest. And you also get bonus ones for the arena. Like you get bonus ones per game, and then you get a prize if you win as well. So. G6. Might be some G4 move soon. If Queen B6, I'll probably just go Rook there. Here, definitely looks like E4 is pretty tempting.
Hold on, wait a minute.
But do we want to do it now?
I got scratches in my shit.
It's maybe a little much. Holy Psychopath, thank you for the $50. Damn, thank you, man. $50 just like that. Thank you for the teachings and the entertainment. Well, that I can do. Cheers. $50 is very generous. And we also have...
Wait a minute, hold on, my mic off.
I think we have the best combo possible. And no, it's not a donation in a raid. It's a bad position in a raid. Name a more iconic duo. The raid comes in and the position is suspicious. That's how it happens. Thanks, John. John Bartholomew. Appreciate the shout out. The Iceberger. Yeah, that's very sweet. Welcome, everybody. Probably about to lose a piece or something. F5, F4. Somehow this just looks so brutal. Like way too blunt, but I think it does work, so crazy. Tough, but welcome, guys. I'm just started my first blitz game, like in the pool today. And it's not a good one, which is typical for the first one. But we're gonna have to pull out the win for the raid here. It's 141 people, and that's a good move. I'm gonna go here so that it takes. I put my bishop back on b3. It's gonna comfy on b3, and it stops bishop d7. Let's go here. I'm gonna put pressure there. Bishop c4.
They must have left. They like, fuck it, okay. Go and take the picture back.
Okay, so this wants to go into d4. I'm trying to play knight d5, but knight there and queen d8. Knight takes f6. It's gonna get messy. There is knight d4 here. Can play rook takes d4. And I think we're... Why do I see... Wait a minute, what's going on here? Did that Nicki Minaj song play? No, right? Why do I feel like I haven't heard it? It didn't play? Yeah, I was gonna say, I was wondering why the playlist was so weird today. And I looked at the playlist just now, and there's so many songs queued. So when I've been playing songs, they've been like going to the back of the queue or something. There's so many songs queued right now, and I think it's from the like last party stream. But these are like weird songs to me. Like I knew the playlist was off today. I was like trying to play regular techno, and it sounded all strange. Okay, that really I don't know why he just allowed this, by the way. I think he could have just moved his king. Okay. Has to play like bishop c8.
So we gon' smoke an ounce of this. G's up, hoes down, why you motherfuckers bounce at this? Motherfuckers bounce at this. Bounce at this. Motherfuckers bounce at this. Jump it. Jump it. Jump it. They ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. So what you wanna do? Ship it. So what you wanna do? So we gon' smoke an ounce of this.
He has 0.2, very close. Very unfortunate though. I realized that this playlist is all completely scuffed. This is, I understand it now. This whole thing is scuffed. How do I just like... How do I get rid of all these songs? Clear queue. That's what I need. Get out of here. Because I don't recognize any of these songs. None of these are on my playlist. That was a very strange experience. This whole stream today, I was listening to music I've not ever tried to listen to before. Okay. Okay. Yes, go Nikki. Okay, this song is for Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. But this is, it feels like a cleanse. This is the first song I've tried to listen to today. The first song I've played that I've actually tried to listen to. A lot of people go takes knight c4 here. I see it a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to play knight c3. Oof. I feel like I just discovered something. That's why things felt so off today. The music was completely off. That's a surprising move. Guess we go back. Okay, it's really inviting this move, but I guess that's not that bad. Plays king g2. Here. Maybe this. Put the bishop on b6 and then develop. I just don't want to lose b7. It's a really important pawn. So it's like less important for me to keep the two bishops than it is for me to like keep these pawns intact. That's the concern for me. Sosa time. Cheers for the 19 months, dude. Okay. We're hitting this pawn. Yeah, he's gonna defend it. I guess make that threat again. Rook d1 is about to happen. This move is a little, like, not very good, to put it bluntly. I need to get an escape square over here played. Ooh, allowing rook a3s. None of these things are good that are happening. This really should still be okay, but okay, I'm allowing everything. Rook comes to d7 now. Okay, I'm really trolling. I have to play this move now. None of this is good. The rook d7 thing is bad. That's the one that just can't happen. Yeah, I have to play this, I think. And this. Threatening bishop b4, maybe. I think with 37 seconds, like I almost have to do it, but we're gonna do this. It's tough. Tough. It's gonna move the rook, I think. This is a weird position for sure, but it should be better for black. Oh my goodness, we're really disconnecting. How am I losing connection? Streaming, man. 1 second. I mean, this is a joke. This is a joke. Oh, it's so tilting. I don't fucking get it. I'm literally streaming. Ugh. How? How is it possible? Happens so much. It's so annoying. And it was right when we were, better all of a sudden. I mean, obviously we're worse the whole game. This is the point of the opening. But we were also missing a lot of things. And then... and then finally the pieces all coordinate right at the very end. But it doesn't matter. Oof. Rough. So rough. Yeah, because all the pieces are like defended. So maybe white would try to like undermine my rook like this, but the rook can always go to square like that. Knight here. King's also gonna be in trouble. I have 3 pieces that can try to mate it. Yeah, Shah's brutal, McCree. We're also on Shah, but it's just been nearly impossible to get good internet in Canada for a long time. It just sucks. Sucks about Canada. Tone Cruise, thanks for the 15 months. It's like, of course I would love to take them like max plan, max money that I could possibly spend per month and spend it. But in Canada, you just can't spend a lot of money and get a lot for it. You can spend a lot of money and get what everyone else is getting, basically. Money doesn't talk the way it talks in the US. In the US, you can spend like a fuck ton of money and make sure that you have the little best like connection ever. But it feels like in Canada, they don't have many premium options. Hello, Tommy J. Salami. Tough, man. It's so deflating, like playing these games when, especially now. Like, do I want to go play another 3-minute game? Not really, because I think it's like, I think I might just disconnect. And it always seems to happen at the worst times. Like, it could happen right at the start of the game. But you notice that the disconnects, they never happen then when it doesn't matter. They always happen right when you need to definitely be connected. It's less about the speeds, Tom. That's the thing. Like with internet, to stream what we're doing or what anyone does on Twitch, you really don't need like, you know, let's say you had let's say you had like 5,000 up, 5,000 down, 10K up, 10K down. It wouldn't really matter if it wasn't reliable. All that really matters is reliable. I'd rather have like a 50 up, 50 down that I can like, that I know will work than like 10K up, 10K down. But still, the reliability is rough. Okay, if you think about how many times we stream and how many times it happens, I'm sure it's a very low percentage. How many hours I'm like needing to use the internet and it does work, it's probably a very low percentage, so it's hard to complain, but when it's directly connected to, you know, what you do every day, it's easy to complain. So see Dr. Lord. Adios, boys, except Jerry. Don't know what that means, but sure. DexPG, thanks for 5 months. FTOth for 9 months, and 15 months for Tone Cruise. Oh yeah, that's that would be a tilter. Chicken pants. Trying to make a sale and the car just won't start. It's like, what? And of course, if you're not trying to make a sale, your cars are all fucking starting. They're revving their engines. If I'm not streaming or I don't need to be streaming or something, or don't need reliable connection, yeah, it's flawless. Okay. This is a 30-second game, right? My opponent was playing it like... I don't know, somehow it seemed very slow. Gotta avoid the stalemate. Like, there's stalemate everywhere there. Ooh, rook takes e4. Dumb fuck, Hambleton. F5 winning a piece. Let's make sure we don't play a single winning move. And then get a losing position. Not worth playing this one out. But when you miss 2 free pieces in one game, I think it's too much. I think it's too much at that point. Okay, just hung that. Really brutal, my moves. Just, yeah, we don't have enough time. Somehow he's one of these players that I feel plays very slow. It just feels that way. With the speed of his moves, and then he's got some... They are fast. I don't know how to explain it. There's a lot of people that have this like weird like lag thing where I misjudge the move times. And this guy's definitely one of them. You're joking me. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. There's no check here? What? Like, what are the chances? Not a single check? Basically, if I don't have a check there, I'm pretty screwed. I need to check. I guess we take this way. Don't know why I didn't take h3. I'm missing a lot right now. It's not a good sign. Missing a lot of moves. Okay. Need to get the knight off the board. That was an important win. I gotta take with the pawn here. Queen takes, loses my queen to... let's just throw that in. Can't really take that, can we? Okay, well, I guess we just gave a pawn. It's just a pawn. Wait, why have I not been taking this? This does work. I thought it wasn't working, but it was the whole time. Wow, to get that flag was also, not sure what's going on. I'm getting some pretty fortunate flags here. Yeah. It's definitely not a position we want to be in. This is not the worst. Turns out that's probably the worst move to play in that position. Ugh. Unfortunately, that's a really hard position to play quick because I'm basically getting mated every half move. Ugh, this position is so fucking bad as well. Because the threat of mate is always there, I don't really have the ability to play it much faster. Ugh. What am I doing? Just had to guess there. I didn't really have enough time to wait to see which square he was going to go to. Wow, I just opened up every diagonal to my king. Oh, he has 7 seconds. Holy smokes. Boys, I thought we were really flagging that one. Not like we were going to flag him, but I thought it was a time scramble. Like, no, apparently not. Not even close. We must have played the rest of the game, like, wicked fast. Yeah, that was surprising, I have to say. Okay. Time is even. Wow. How is that possible? Somehow I was worried that it was going to be a stalemate there. Either a stalemate or a checkmate with the bishops. Okay. Kind of was expecting a different move there, Chiefski. At least I have a pass pawn here. Queens with a check, unfortunately, but I think that's how you try to play the endgame. You're down a full piece. Knights don't handle pass pawns very well, especially in bullet, so I think that's the way to do it. Not enough. I'm just a little bit slower at the moment than I usually am. Thanks for the raid, Nemo. 388 people. Uh-oh. That says 1 minute ago. That means there were some extra eyes on that loss. That's okay. I don't think that's our specialty. Winning games when the raid comes in, that doesn't usually happen. Thank you, Nemo. I'm playing some 30-second chess. I don't recommend it either. Bad habit. He's 12 seconds. Oh, okay, I just need to focus here for a game, guys. Give me 1 sec. 12 months, hey, full year from Jason York. Because I'm getting flagged by this guy. Pretty impressive, honestly. Like, by a good 10 seconds or something, so... It means that we're considerably slower in many aspects of the game. Especially the beginning. So unlucky. This was a good game as well, but yeah, okay. I resigned this one. No point in playing that. Obviously, I thought he was gonna move the rook all the way to the corner. But that's happened a few times against this guy, I feel. That I've thought he was gonna do something, and it hasn't happened. Okay, this is a little awkward. I should trade queens. These moves are painful. This is disgusting. Just so much faster, right? It's crazy. Why did it only happen the last couple games? What's going on here? Or has it been happening the whole time? Because I thought I've been, well, okay, reasonably close, but apparently not. Just getting absolutely blasted in these positions. Yeah, these games are just dead. Like, these games are bad. These games never are gonna work out. And I think, yeah, c5 here, it's pretty much resigns. Unfortunately. Yeah, as long as he doesn't plunder his rook there, I have to resign. He gets faster in the middle and end. I think he's fast the whole way through. I feel like in the opening he's like killing me. But I don't know what the score was, but it feels like there's been a large amount of games that have gone against me recently. That move has been there for a while. Okay, we won a game. At least we showed ourselves that we're actually capable of doing that. Because I think I needed a reminder. Oof. Worst move to play. So bad. That move hurts. That move we just played. That is a killer. Yeah, I agree with this move there. Too slow. Man. Why? There's a bishop g5 move in the near future. Luckily we're down a pawn there, so it's definitely bad for me, but luckily we were able to do that. We got a draw out of definitely a bad endgame. So this I actually like. Wow. A win. Woo. Suspicious move. It's a very messy position, which doesn't make me feel good. Oh my god, it's check. And we were able to advance up the board. I gotta change my openings, man. These aren't particularly great opening positions I'm getting. Yuck. I'm gonna have to lose a pawn here. It's actually pretty crafty. I'm just lost now. I should have played h4, h5 sooner. There's a queen d1 move. Oh my god. How do you miss that? Amazing. It's a draw. Don't know if that was good or not. He probably would flag me in all these positions, but still. You never really like to take a draw. It wasn't on purpose. Yeah, these openings are bad. I don't know why I'm playing e4. Why am I playing e4 every game? I mix it up in bullets sometimes, but I shouldn't be playing it every game.
What do you want?
I want to play some good chess. Or at least some decent chess.
What do you want?
What do we want? Good chess. When do we want it now?
What do you want?
Wow, that was an insane checkmate.
Let's go. Let's go.
What do you want?
Let's go. What do you want? Let's go.
Looks like a good little move you got there, pal.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What do you want? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What do you want? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Not enough time, not even close to enough time.
Let's go. What do you want?
I keep playing this. It's like, why am I doing this? It's doing me no favors. It's just the first thing that comes to my mind for some reason. Which doesn't even make sense.
Let's go. Let's go. What do you want? Let's go. Let's go.
That was fortunate. Definitely didn't see that.
Let's go. Let's go. What do you want? All right. All right.
Let's go bishop c5.
All right. All right. All right.
Now I get the e5 pawn. Or he has to trade, which is great for me.
All right. 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 Let's go.
See, I do it again. Like, this opening, it's been bad for me every time I've played it. I think that's a big contribution to this match. Seriously. For some reason, that's the first thing that pops into my head to play.
Let's go.
And it's definitely not good.
Let's go. All right. Let's go. All right. Let's go. All right. Let's go. What do you want?
Oh my god, it's check.
All right. All right. Let's go. All right.
I wanted rook f7 after that. This game is a massive joke.
All right. Let's go. What do you want? Let's go. All right.
I don't even want to play this game. I missed the check because I was going to go bishop there, queen takes, and then rook f7. I win the queen. Thought, okay, we win the game. Queen takes g5 happens to be with check. Because the way he was playing that game was very fast and very bad, which means that if I'm not like meeting him or completely winning, then I'll probably lose the game. That's what happens in those. Really think I almost have to take that. Yeah, it's just lost. Knight h5 check next. Okay. Maybe this won't be proven true right now, but I do feel like playing d4 is going to change the game. So let's see if I'm completely wrong about this.
What do you want? Let's go.
That's a strong move.
What do you want?
Should be okay here though.
What do you want?
Okay, so a little unlucky, but that game was way better. It really was. I should be playing like the Karo Khan and d4. And I think it's going to help a lot. This is not good. Had to try that. I had 0.2 seconds. Okay, d4, yes. Okay, that was a pawn that I just hung. Whoa. Oof, and those mates are always tough, but that was important. French Caro-Kann, some simple ones. I probably should go with Caro-Kann, but okay. Knight g6 is not the worst. I went a little too much at the end with the pre-moves there. Oh, I didn't see that. I did not see that. If I don't play b6, it's a lost endgame. Ahwaz, thanks for the 29 months. Okay. Karo Khan, yes. Match has definitely been better though. There was a period where I think I was losing almost every game. And it definitely didn't feel great. It's an unreal move. Such a bad move. Needed a maiden one there somehow. Yeah, I have to say this like F5 move seems to be quite annoying.
You have no soul. You have no soul.
Amazing, just in time. Just in time.
I look into your eyes.
Let's take some of these damn pawns. I am definitely outclassed here. The FM. It's way faster than me. But it's just like positions like this, like I'm just not able to really get any moves going. No quick ones at least. And I get flagged very easily, like very easily I would say. Like up a piece, but if you're not doing anything active with the piece, then it's really about who's faster. And I'm never really doing anything with my pieces. What are these games? This, man, this move is very disturbing right now. Just seems to be working very well. Knight G3. Damn. Falling, quote unquote, for a lot of moves, I would say. GG's. Yeah, we really, I think we inted a lot of games by playing 2 openings. I think I never play. First of all, I never see the Dutch in bullet, or 32nd, let's say. 32nd especially. So I never see the Dutch, not as used to it. And I was playing, my own fault, I was playing like E4, which I never play. Alright, it's 9 p.m. We've been going for about 5 hours. I'm going to take off, get ready for some streams tomorrow. There's Title Tuesday tomorrow, which is always a big tournament. I don't know if Eric's going to play the morning or the late one, but if Eric plays the morning one, I might play the late one. So we might do 2 Title Tuesday streams tomorrow. Oh, actually, just remembered, after tomorrow, I'm no longer doing commentary. So only going to be 1 Title Tuesday stream. I'm doing commentary tomorrow afternoon, but for the Tuesday after that and all going forward, we might try to play 2 Title Tuesdays. So, yeah, I know I told him I didn't want to do it, Justin, so, because I actually might want to play. I think it'd be fun to stream both of us playing. So, tomorrow, it was last minute, so I am going to do the commentary, but I'm not going to be doing the commentary after that. So, I'll try to stream it. Take care, guys. Monday, we got a stream in. I'll be streaming tomorrow, probably. After, or actually, I might just stream Wednesday. If Eric's streaming and I'm doing commentary, then I might be streaming Wednesday next. I think that's the plan. I think that's the plan. See you guys on Wednesday, and go Title Tuesday tomorrow. See you guys. Thanks for the raids. We got a bunch of raids from a whole bunch of different chess streamers, so lots of people here. Click follow if it's your first time on the channel. Do encourage it. See some people doing that in the background, so thank you. And bye for now, guys. I'll see you on Wednesday, or you see me for commentary on Tuesday. Bye.